At least 3 people are dead, 3 others missing after heavy rain triggered a 450-foot wide avalanche of mud. Local geologist Barrett Salisbury warns it's so treacherous, the rescue crews might need to be rescued.
One of the biggest signs that people need to be listening for are noises like rumbling, trees cracking, boulders knocking, especially if that noise starts as a faint noise and gets louder and louder and louder.
Yeah, there are children among the missing there in Alaska. Pet owners being warned to be on the lookout as a mysterious respiratory illness affects more dogs across the country. Here's Allison Kosick.
Lauren Celaya of North Carolina noticed her German Shepherd, Maddie, was suffering from what she and her vet thought was kennel cough.
We were coming back for subsequent visits that second and third time. They're like, yeah, we're starting to see more of these cases.
The mysterious disease has symptoms similar to kennel cough, including the cough, along with fever, lack of energy, and loss of appetite. But vets say this can last for weeks, possibly leading to pneumonia and even death. And it's contagious. Cases of the illness have now been reported in 12 states, from Oregon to Massachusetts.
Yeah, veterinarians say if your dog's gums turn blue or purple, seek emergency medical care. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks fell in a rare stumble following its big rally. The Dow gave up 63 points, the Nasdaq closed down 85, and the S&P tumbled 9. Lowe's and Best Buy both sank despite reporting better earnings for the last quarter than expected. More trouble for a cryptocurrency executive, Changpeng Zhao. The founder of Binance, the world's largest exchange, pleaded guilty to a felony charge that he failed to take steps to prevent money laundering. Here's something that you can be thankful for if you're traveling over the Thanksgiving break. You're going to spend a little less for an airline ticket this year. Travel site Hopper says the average price is $268 per ticket. That's down 14% from a year ago. The AAA says gas prices dropped about 37 cents a gallon from last year. It also says a record 55.4 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home this year, despite inflation and memories of past holiday travel meltdowns.
Yeah, right now in Middle Tennessee, Gas Buddy says we're sitting at $2.97 per gallon on average. Dow futures are up 65, S&P futures up 8, NASDAQ futures up 37 ahead of this morning's opening bell. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
5:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? It is Wednesday, November 22nd. Heading into, for what I hope for you, is a 4-day weekend heading into Thanksgiving. Ken Weaver is here. Johnny B is off today. And we've got a lot going on. Mason Fleming, by the way, in for Johnny. Mason, thank you, as I always say, for showing up on this Wednesday morning. Feels, again, a lot like a Friday for some folks. There is a lot of news going on. You know, usually this is a slower news day, but we've got a lot going on. Former President Donald Trump, just very quickly, I want to play some audio for you. Former President Donald Trump is in the news this morning. He sort of threw down the gauntlet last night against Joe Biden. I love this story. And I'm a big fan, of course, as you know, of Donald Trump, but I'm not necessarily committed to voting for him as of yet. I am, as I like to say, a free agent. But Trump had a lot to say about the president. He actually released a video, Donald Trump did, here in the last several hours. And I'm going to play some audio from it because there's a lot of relevant things that the president said, and one headline-grabbing comment as well. This is former President Donald Trump.
Next November, you have a choice between war, poverty, and weakness under crooked Joe Biden, or peace, prosperity, and strength under President Donald J. Trump. Just 3 years ago, our economy was booming, the world was safe, and America was strong.
You know, it is interesting, too, because when I come on the air, and I come on the air every day, and I always get accused of the same thing, which is, oh, Mandis, you're just, all you ever do is praise Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. You know, you are part of the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. It's really not a cult of personality. There are things that Donald Trump does sometimes that makes me facepalm. But when you compare it, and here's what's going on. What's going on is the former president, the more we get of the current president, the better Donald Trump looks. And so last night in this, I don't know what you'd call it, Thanksgiving message perhaps, he spoke about the economy. He spoke about where mortgage rates are right now, which are insane. They're going up. He also spoke about the price of groceries and gas as well. And so Trump, he understands exactly where we all are right now, and we are hurting. And he also said, yeah, the world is actually, he said, in flames.
I was also the first president in decades who didn't start a war, and I brought our troops back home. We defeated ISIS, and that was it. Everybody came back home where they should be. Under crooked Joe Biden, the economy is in a shambles, and the world is going up in flames.
Yeah, world going up in flames. I mean, here we are. We have the situation with Russia and Ukraine that is ongoing thanks to Joe Biden's disastrous pullout of Afghanistan, and also the failed sanctions that Biden tried to implement on Vladimir Putin, which clearly did not dissuade him from going into Ukraine. And now we have, how many hundreds of millions of dollars that we continue to send to Ukraine. Now we have the Israel-Hamas situation. And so the more that we get of Joe Biden, the better Donald Trump looks. And right now, the question is, what can Joe Biden do to improve his situation? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think there is anything that Biden can do to improve his situation. It's like the daily onslaught of polling. I've got more polling out there from, Rasmussen, I think, that shows that Biden is doing worse than ever. But it's like every day. Am I going to talk about polling every single day? No. I think we all know that Biden is circling the drain. Certainly Donald Trump knows.
So if Crooked Joe wants to turn this election into a question of which candidate will defend our democracy and freedom, then I say, bring it on. Let's go, Joe, bring it on, because you are a corrupt person. You're the most corrupt president in our history. And by the way, the most incompetent president in our history. Because Americans don't like tyrants, we don't like fascists, we don't like communists, and we don't like crooked Joe Biden. You just have to look at the polls.
That's exactly right. By the way, did you see this headline? This is it's not a funny headline, but it's a telling headline. Waning is from NBC News. Waning enthusiasm from black voters presents, they say, an inflection point for Joe Biden's campaign. One black voter from Ohio says it is concerning that even he is not considering a vote for Biden to be a no-brainer. I mean, this is something that we've been talking about for a long time. Joe Biden has problems with every single demo heading into the next presidential election. And yes, I know that we are a long way away. I do want to play you this audio bite. This is Jamal Bowman. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. What I'm going to tell you is that from all of the polling that I have read, there is not this sort of widespread demand from the black community for reparations. Some polling is different than others, but Jamal Bowman, he was on, I think this was on Joy Reid's show, I think it was last night, and he said something, I don't know, so abysmally stupid.
People of color have been turned off for a while because of lack of comprehensive immigration reform, if you're talking about the Latino community, and no conversation at all about reparations if you're talking about the black community. But we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars every year on weapons and war, but we can't even have a conversation about reparations.
You know, when he says that, when Jamal Bowman says that, and as I always like to say with Jamal Bowman, his opinion means absolutely nothing because he doesn't know the difference between a fire alarm and a door handle. Should call him Fire Alarm Jamal. Maybe that should be his new nickname. But we have had conversations about reparations. We've had times where we've had a Democrat president, a black president. We've had time when Barack Obama was in the White House, and we had a Senate majority that was run by the Democrats and a House majority also run by the Democrats. So, Jamal, if you've got a problem with all of this, well, you can blame your own party. But I'm going to tell you what, if that's your play, and I would say this to Democrats by and large, if that's your play, that we're not talking about reparations, that is absolutely insulting, I would think, to most of America. And by the way, those conversations have taken place. We've seen various states and various communities discuss or implement various forms of reparations. I mean, infamously, Gavin Newsom did what he did in California in putting together it was like a committee or something where they were going to study reparations. And they came back with some astronomical number that everybody knew there was no way it was going to pass. So as far as Jamal Bowman goes, I mean, yeah, they've had the conversations. The problem is there really is no solution for a number of different reasons. Number one is because we are many, many generations out now from slavery. That's number one and obvious. And number two, how are you going to decide, Jamal? Hey, Jamal, how are you going to decide who gets the reparations? How are you going to decide who pays the reparations? Better to figure out a way so that everybody has equal opportunity. One of the problems that we have in this country is, and specifically with the black community, and I've spoken about this before, is all the illegal immigration in this country. What does it do? It impacts the job market for black Americans and for legal Hispanics in this country and all Americans as well. That's a big issue. And the economy does impact everybody. So Fire Alarm Jamal, for Fire Alarm Bowman to come out and say, well, the reason why the Democrat Party is losing the black community, it's all about those reparations. No, it's not even close. Nice try, though. What we call a swing and a miss. It is 5:16. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. 517, as far as your weather today goes, a much cooler weather returning to the mid-state, decreasing clouds today, but temperatures in the upper 40s and lower 50s, down into the 30s overnight tonight. Sunny tomorrow morning as sunshine returns for Thanksgiving afternoon, with highs in the upper 50s. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 517 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You know, just talking a little bit about polling, there's going to be polling from now until Election Day in 2024. And so I realize that there's going to be, I don't have the Super Text line up yet, but I guarantee you, and I love every single one of you folks, but I know that there's people that are going to say the polling doesn't matter. And you're right. I mean, the polling right now does not matter. It doesn't look good for Joe Biden, though. Clearly, it does not. By the way, did you hear what's going on with Susan Sarandon? I spoke about this on the overnight show with Red Eye Radio. I'm going to get into that in the 6 o'clock hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. But I guess one of the big questions that a lot of folks may ask is, what is going on with the black community? And why is the black community not supportive of the Democrat Party? Why is this happening? And I think there's any number of things. I think the economy, it impacts everyone. And there's a lot of crime in the streets of the black community as well. So for Fire Alarm Bowman to simply say, well, it's because nobody's talking about reparations, it seems so incredibly silly. And I guess part of my question would be, why is it more people are not angry and insulted when people come up and say things like that? When they whittle it down to the most insulting and bottom of the barrel racial antagonistic kind of discussion that the Democrats want to have, when they whittle the whole thing down to reparations, when I would think it's clear that is not true. I mean, there's the opioid deaths that we've seen. There is a lack of police officers in a lot of these communities across the country. It goes on. And so it really is unfortunate that when people like Jamal Bowman, when they go so lowest common denominator and start throwing that kind of stuff down, and it does make you wonder why it is that more people don't get angry when it comes to the constant race baiting by some of these folks on the left. The Super Text line, by the way, is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I tried to do this on the overnight show, and I kept getting distracted. So I had a lot of stories I wanted to cover. So I have a specific talk show hosty kind of question today. And the talk show hosty kind of question is, do you think it is a good thing or a bad thing that these January 6th tapes are being released, courtesy of Speaker of the House Mike Johnson? Because there does seem to be a debate going on within the Republican Party. You got some people saying absolutely it's a good thing. By the way, that is where I fall. I think it's a good thing. Other people, though, saying that, number one, it's dangerous, and number two, which I think is BS. Ken Weaver, are you there? Is Ken over there?
I'm here, Brother Dan
Ken,
Magnus,
have you seen any of these January 6 tapes, the ones that have been released?
I have not.
So what is dangerous about seeing people walk through corridors and hallways?
Nothing.
I mean, there's literally nothing else to say after that. But the Democrats say, well, it's dangerous, and this is gonna provoke more terrorism. This is gonna provoke more violence at the Capitol. No, it doesn't. Every time they say that there's going to be more violence, there never is. It's like the Democrats just cannot get over it, and they also just cannot try to take advantage of a situation that was long ago. So now for Mike Johnson, Speaker, he's doing what I think is actually pretty smart, which is releasing these tapes to absolutely destroy the narrative of widespread violence. And the bigger question is, and there was a lot of violence, please don't get me wrong. There was a lot of violence. Police officers were attacked, and a lot of serious crap went down on January 6th. But the big question is, as I said yesterday and last night during Red Eye Radio, what did the FBI have, if anything, to do with it? And I think that is a very, very legit question. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan here along with Ken Weaver, Mason Fleming here as well. Would love to get your super text this morning at 615-737-9986. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Fall is here, and that means the winter is next, and you need to make sure that your home's heater is working and working well. Now, you become a Beehive member, you ensure that you are running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. Now, if your heater does break down, Beehive members get front-of-the-line service, so when hundreds, maybe thousands of homes are without heat, you are going to get serviced first. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybhvac.com.
We really are passionate about our state. It's so beautiful, and we just want people and all Tennesseans to help us keep it that way. We really want to make sure that, our beauty, and from, west to east to even middle Tennessee, we want to make sure it's nice and clean for everyone to enjoy. I like to get people to volunteer and to get out there and keep our world clean, man. Litter's disgusting. No one likes it.
That's right. Yeah, if you ask my wife, I've always said, keep Tennessee beautiful. That's kind of been, I think I found a t-shirt or something a long time ago.
It's that marketing.
Yeah.
Really good job.
It's like,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no sense in throwing your trash out the window or when you're hunting or fishing, leaving the trash there on the bank or whatever. It's not worth it.
Currently, there are 88 million pieces of litter on Tennessee roadways at any given time in this state.
Wow.
And TDOT currently spends $23 million on picking up the litter, educating about the litter.
The Nobody Trashes Tennessee campaign, there's some great videos out there. And I was watching the litter lessons and the show and get to know the Red Plastic Cup. Tell us a bit about the campaign and some of those characters. That's pretty neat.
So Red Plastic Cup, he thinks he's a movie star. He thinks he's just the greatest thing ever. So he started off with a talk show, and then he got a movie. And in our movie, he got, more characters, and we had experts, like water quality expert was Sal, the smallmouth bass.
Yeah.
And his bodyguard is Trash Watch. And if, we can go into Trash Watch a little bit too, but love Trash Watch.
Already busy at the airport. 35,000 travelers expected to go through TSA checkpoints over at BNA, but Metro Police say there's something for you too, drivers. New developments in the Israel-Hamas war, a deadly strike on an Iranian-backed militia targeting American troops in Iraq, North Korea giving the world something to think about this morning, and the Antioch Wingstop employee speaking out for the first time since brutally beaten while at work. Details at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ham or turkey? You a ham or turkey guy, Ken? It's not that hard of a question. Come on, man. I've been up for hours. Try and keep up.
I'm both, Brother Dan.
Are you both? You're both ham and a turkey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Salty ham or sweet ham?
Like a little bit of salt and sweet at the same time, Brother Dan Mandis.
Okay, very
That's
good.
why I pour a honey glaze over the pig.
Lots of really interesting and intriguing comments on my whole conversation regarding reparations. I'll review some of those and a whole lot more. The Gang of Three Amigos minus JB is coming up next. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and it's already busy over at the airport. I-40 could see a backup there. 35,000 travelers expected through TSA checkpoints today. Drivers, Metro Police say slow down. They're looking for speeders and aggressive drivers, citing 124 people killed in those type of crashes so far this year. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel-Hamas war. Israeli defense spokesman Peter Lerner on the new developments overnight.
Our role in this is to hold fire, an operational pause as the deal is produced.
Israel agreed to a 4-day pause to free 50 hostages, women and children, in exchange for 150 Palestinian prisoners, women and minors. There was a deadly strike on an Iranian-backed militia targeting American troops in Iraq yesterday. U.S. forces have been attacked more than 65 times in Iraq and Syria since Hamas launched their deadly attack on Israel in mid-October, injuring as many as 70 U.S. Americans. North Korea giving the world something to think about this morning. They claim to have launched their first spy satellite. The Biden administration says that violates UN resolutions, if it's true and was successful. And here in Nashville, the Antioch Wingstop employee is speaking out for the first time since being brutally attacked with a metal pole by a robber while she worked in the kitchen.
How do you feel about beating up a woman? How do you feel about beating a woman? How would you feel if someone did that to your mother? I just don't want to be scared anymore, because knowing that they're still out there, when I go back to work, is it like, are they going to come in again? Or what?
Yeah, rightly so, because police arrested Antonio Jefferson, who has been arrested 36 other times for charges including murder and rape. He's now charged with aggravated robbery and the Wingstop attack, but police still haven't found the woman he was with at the time of that crime. 'Tis the season for giving. A small New England town has learned they were left in the will of one of their residents. Jeffrey Holt passed away in June of this year at the age of 82. He left the town $3.8 million. Some residents have proposed upgrading the town hall clock, restoring buildings, or buying a new ballot counting machine in honor of Holt, who always made sure that he voted. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
5:37. Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos minus JB. Morning, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
Mason Fleming is here. Good morning, Mason.
Good morning, Dan.
Mason woke up late today. You know what, Mason? You know what, Mason?
I don't think Brother Mason woke up because I don't think Brother Mason's been asleep.
You know what Mason said to me?
What'd he say?
He said, well, I was up doing laundry. And I said, clearly you were not ironing. I'm just kidding.
I was up at 3:30 this morning doing laundry.
Were you?
I got to bed late last night because of work at the hotel that I work at.
Sure.
So
what hotel do you work at?
I work over at the Westin on 8th Avenue, next to the Music City Center.
Oh, that's the one with the pool on top, right?
Yeah.
You ever get to go swimming in
Infinity Pool. Oh, no.
Rats.
One, a little too cold, but two, me swimming in public places, not my favorite thing.
What about me and Brother Dan and Johnny B? Will you get us in there to swim sometime?
Just give us the dude. All we need is the code.
That's right.
I was like, it's free to go upstairs.
Is it really?
It's free to go upstairs. It's an open bar for everybody.
Hey, Ken.
Not open bar.
Boys trip.
That's right. Boys trip up to the top of the Westin Hotel. Brother Dan, Johnny B, and Brother Ken Weaver will be doing a cannonball contest coming this summer.
Ken could splash the most people on the sidewalk.
That's okay. Okay,
Can
so
get you free parking though.
We were talking about. May I continue, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Brother Dan Mandis.
You guys want to just go ahead and you two go, and I'll just go take a nap?
No,
you can do that if you want.
You go ahead, Brother Dan Mandis.
All right, very good. Big Thanksgiving. I'm just kidding. Big Thanksgiving plans, gentlemen. Ken, what are you doing now, guys? Guy on 1354 says they do T-bone steaks for Thanksgiving.
Woo, yes, sir. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's a way to go.
I do
sure.
T-bone steaks for like lunch every other Thursday. I love steak.
Yeah. T-bone steaks, that'd be good. We do ham in the Weaver household because my wife, she's never been a fan of turkey.
Yeah.
And, I like turkey. I like, the drumsticks and the thighs, but the rest of the turkey, I don't necessarily care
So you like
for.
the dark meat?
I like the dark meat.
Because it's juicy.
It's juicier.
Okay.
Now, you can, it all depends on how you cook it. But for me, the turkey breast just gets too dry.
Okay.
I don't like it.
But what about gravy? You can put gravy on it.
Well, yeah, you can, but it's still the gravy does not match how much you have to chew the turkey breast whenever it's dry.
Okay.
So you almost have to take a bite of turkey breast and then drink some gravy.
Making like a smoothie out of gravy, yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, so people are sending in. I'm not sure. Did I at some point today ask about what people are thankful for? Because Mike says this. I am so thankful for all those standing in the gap and keeping us informed at WTNN. We're WTN. WWTN, if we're going to use our official name.
Double W.
WWTN.
WWTN.
But thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Yes, we do like to keep people informed. You guys want to do the whole corny, what are you thankful for? You want to do that? We can do that.
Thankful for my family, which I very much am.
Mason, okay.
It sounded so sarcastic.
Oh, we need some sappy. What are you thankful for? Music. That's what we need. All right. So Mason's thankful for his family.
Yeah.
You thankful, Mason, for the job you have here at WTN?
I very much am. I love
good answer.
Every bit of it.
Yeah.
I am very appreciative for sure.
Very good. We'll get you an iron for Christmas. I just kidding. Ken, what are you thankful for?
I'm thankful for I'm thankful for my job. Thankful for my family. Thankful for grace through the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. Amen to that. Thankful for all the people who donated to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Well, you took
Monday.
mine, Mason.
Yes.
Doggone it.
Yes, sir. Thankful to our great listeners and our sponsors.
That literally was mine, Mason.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're
Especially
batting
our
1,000 so far this morning.
And thankful for the sponsors because without them, we don't have a job.
Guy says we need to try emu and ostrich steak. You ever have emu or ostrich steak?
Ooh. No, I haven't.
I have never had emu or ostrich. I've barely had venison. I had one listener bring me venison years ago, and that's the one time that I had venison. So
never had ostrich or emu.
Yeah, those birds have not crossed my plate before.
No, it sounds kind of nasty, but that's okay.
Yeah.
People are inviting me over for Thanksgiving. Thank you. No, I actually I get no offense. I But I've got many Thanksgiving plans.
Imagine getting the drumstick from an ostrich or an emu. That would be something.
That's probably where they get them for the fair, if I'm being honest.
What is an emu?
It's a smaller ostrich.
It's a smaller ostrich, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Very good.
It's on those commercials for Liberty, 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 Liberty. Emu and his friend Doug.
Okay. Very good. 1337, what does WWTN stand for?
What? Tennessee.
No, what WWTN, what does WWTN stand for?
Something Tennessee.
I believe it stands for Weather Traffic News with an extraneous W, because we only do WTN.
Dan.
We don't utilize the other W.
Yeah, see, Brother Dan Mann is pulling out the old program director.
That's
on us
exactly
there.
what that was.
Weather, traffic, and news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
That's exactly right. So I'm doing. So here's what I'm thankful for. I am thankful for so many things this year. I am thankful for the radiothon that we did the other day.
Absolutely.
And thankful for my family.
Yes, sir.
And you know, by and large, my mom just passed away, but by and large, you know, I have an incredible family. And this Thanksgiving, just as my mom passed away, I will tell you that I had, I'm 55. I had 55 years with an amazing, incredible mother.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, she had an incredible and amazing life. And that is what I choose to focus on. And that is exactly what I am focusing on. So
Yes, sir, Brother Dan Mandis. Yes,
there
sir.
is, and by the way, lots of college football, I think, right?
Football, a whole bunch of football.
All right, very good. And is Tennessee playing this year?
Tennessee is playing this year, yes.
Is it Saturday?
They
that all
will
the
be
games are?
taking on Vanderbilt in an in-state rivalry.
Aw, 45-76. WWTN, you ready?
Yeah.
We love Nashville, Tennessee. We love Nashville, Tennessee.
We love you.
Swapping some letters around, but the sentiment is there for sure.
Listen, I like the sentiment.
Yeah,
by the way, a lot
I
of
do
people
too.
appreciating and talking about what they're thankful for. So if you guys actually wanted to do like a legit, what are we thankful for? We could probably take calls and stuff.
Absolutely.
Phil says, I'm thankful for the addition of Chris Hand to WTN.
Brother Chris Hand.
I wonder if he actually means that.
I think he probably does.
Because, you know, some people, you know what I've noticed about this audience?
What's that?
They are snarky as anything.
Oh, yeah?
So when somebody says, I'm thankful for the addition of Chris Hand, I want to say, what do you really mean?
Is there some sarcasm lying behind that?
Listen, if there's anybody on the staff who is incredibly sarcastic, that would be Chris Hand.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So, you know, for me, I don't know. Maybe they're being sarcastic. Although I will tell you that lots of people love Chris Hand. And I love Chris Hand, too. Did you guys see what happened to Susan Sarandon? She got out there.
Oh,
and,
boy.
And I'm not a big Susan Sarandon fan.
Yeah.
But I'm also a big fan of the Second Amendment. But she gets out there, and she's got her little, you know, really crappy, microphone or bullhorn, whatever the thing is.
Yeah.
But one of the things she said, I need some audio, Mason. This is one of the things that she said.
I stand here in my cruelly given white privilege.
Now, did you catch what she said? I'm standing here with my cruelly given white privilege.
I stand here in my cruelly given white privilege to say that you don't have to be Palestinian to stand with the Palestinian people.
So she goes out, Susan Sarandon, right? The flaming leftist actress.
Yeah.
She goes out and she has all of these really, I mean, call them what you will. You can call them anti-Semitic. You can call them, pro-Palestine or whatever. But she said a number of different things that people are saying are anti-Semitic.
You do not have to be Palestinian to understand that the slaughter of almost 5,000 children is unacceptable and a war crime.
So she says Israel is committing war crimes. Now, her agency, you know how these actors and actresses, they have agents, right? So her agency has now dropped her.
Yeah, well, now she can, now she can make up for some of that so-called white privilege she is so ashamed of.
You know what?
there.
She can spread some of that white privilege across to, other people.
She
if they
sure
want.
could, because she's apparently, well, up until losing her sponsorship there, she was apparently worth about $60 million. So,
you know what's interesting?
We
She
feel
talks
real
about-
sorry for you, Susan.
She talks
Moron.
about her cruelly given white privilege. Why
What a
doesn't she give
moron.
that money out to a whole bunch of non-white people?
Yeah.
And I'm being serious.
Yeah.
If that's how you feel.
Yeah, if you feel that badly about how you were cruelly born, then give it up.
The only thing that is cruel is that we have to listen to her insipid political diatribes. She also, by the way,
What a moron.
Now, here's the deal, because I know, and there they are. Yes, I know she does have the right to free speech, and I totally get
Sure,
that.
and she has the right to be called a moron because she is.
0076 has never heard of Susan Sarandon. Really? How is that possible,
Even I have heard of
0076?
her.
Well,
Even Mason has heard of Susan Sarandon. Yeah. By the way, 8428 says WWTN. We want turkey now.
That's a good one.
Well, unfortunately, Brother Johnny B's on the road.
That's exactly right. And by the way, 4176, 4172 says WTN, We Talk Nashville. I actually had a promo that I did a while ago with We Talk Nashville, WTN. Brilliant promo as well. Hey, do you guys want to hear about the behind the scenes wranglings and the fun that we have here at WTN? So Ken walks in. Now, I've been up all night, and that's not an excuse. That is certainly not an excuse. But Ken walks in, and he has, and this is for you folks watching on WTN TV, little Post-it notes. I think he gave me 2 Post-it notes that say tease on it, because I have been forgetting. They say that the mind is the first to go. And I've been forgetting to, give Ken Weaver the opportunity to give the tease. I don't know why that is, but I keep forgetting. And so, Ken, thank you for the passive-aggressive Post-it notes that you have given to me, that I'll be sure to, look at them throughout the morning to remember that I need to allow you to tease. At 5:50, Ken, what's coming up in the news at 6?
Well, Brother Dan, we're going to tell you all about this new deal for hostages in the Israel-Hamas war. Also, you got to hear about this gift given to a small New England town by one of its elderly residents who passed away, leaving them millions of dollars. Can you imagine what at least one person in the community wants to do with that money? Details coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Does it have anything to do with like equity and all that stuff?
No, Susan Sarandon does not live in this town.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a really interesting story because didn't they think that she was broke? This woman? I don't mean to give away. I'm giving away your tea. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Ken, I got plenty of room on the desktop. You want to throw down more passive-aggressive Post-it notes?
Let me give some that says DNGWT. Do not give away teas.
5:52, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. By the way, I love one of the headlines over there with our friends at the Tennessee Star.
Yeah?
Did you see I don't know if you saw it this morning.
Let's look
Governor
at it, brother.
Lee will not ask Tennessee lawmakers to pass red flag law in 2024.
Yeah, posted it to our socials, Brother Dan.
Probably a good idea, Governor Lee, because look how that pretty much crapped the bed in 2023.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere.
It did not go anywhere. It is 5:52 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have
Friends,
to make
if you need
in
new
retirement
windows in your
is
home,
how to
you've got
take
to
Social
check out my
Security and
friends
get all
at
kinds of
Window
workshops
Nation. Now,
about
this is
that.
the company
You'll see all kinds of
that I
things
turn to
about
when-
that particular topic. because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing education and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top story. And the backup on I-40 near the airport started early. Drivers, pack your patience. Slow down, too. BNA expecting 35,000 people to fly out today for Thanksgiving. And drivers, Metro Police on the lookout for aggressive and speeding drivers, citing 124 lives lost in crashes, mostly due to speeding so far this year. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel-Hamas war. Israel has agreed to a 4-day pause in fighting to allow for the release of 50 hostages, women and children taken by Hamas, and 150 Palestinians in jail in Israel.
After the Israeli War Cabinet met to approve the deal, Prime Minister Netanyahu's office said their government will continue to fight for the elimination of Hamas. And President Biden saying in a statement he welcomes the deal and is grateful that hostages who, quote, endured weeks of captivity and an unspeakable ordeal will be reunited with their families once this deal is fully implemented.
That's Liz Landers reporting. And here in America, the passion surrounding the war prompting tighter security of big holiday events. In Nashville, Metro Police announcing what they call an enhanced visible presence in support of retailers and protecting the public through the weekend. They'll be on foot, in cars, on horseback, in the air, looking for suspicious activity around places like Tanger Outlets, Nashville West Shopping Center, Opry Mills Mall, and Green Hills Mall. A small New England town has learned that they were left in the will of one of their residents. Jeffrey Holt passed away in June of this year at the age of 82. Seems he wanted his New Hampshire neighbors to have something to remember him. He left them $3.8 million. Here's Aaron Falo.
The town of Hinsdale was left a nearly $4 million gift as a surprise to benefit the community in the areas of education, health, recreation, and culture. There's been no formal gathering to discuss ideas for that money. Some residents have proposed upgrading the town hall clock, restoring buildings, or buying a new ballot counting machine in honor of Holt, who always made sure that he voted.
Yeah, so get this. Holt made a living doing odd jobs, according to friends, including as a property caretaker, a grain mill manager, and a driver's ed teacher.
But he had all that money.
And they say he didn't even own a car. He didn't have a computer or a TV.
Did they say how he had the money?
They did not say.
You know, if I could get by with odd jobs, I would totally just do that. I'd come mow your lawn.
Well, maybe he had some money to fall back on. Maybe that's why he was able to do the odd jobs.
Maybe.
We just don't know about it.
Maybe. Well, good for him. That's amazing.
I like how the one person in the town wants to fix the big town clock.
Yeah, those clocks are hard to fix. Like the one in Mount Juliet. You ever been to Mount Juliet, Ken?
I have been to Mount Juliet.
You ever see that big clock tower we have?
Yeah. We got one in Murfreesboro, too.
I call it Stubby.
Stubby? One of the hands are missing?
So in Mount Juliet, there was such a big thing that was made about this clock, right? Everybody in Mount Juliet was like waiting for the clock tower.
Yeah.
So the thing finally is, put up.
Yeah.
And Stubby. That's all I can say. And now listen,
So it's got two short hands in.
It's too short. The whole thing is too short. It's like short. There's like not a towering clock tower.
Yeah.
And half the time is wrong.
So everybody's running a little bit late.
That's exactly what it is. If you're in Mount Juliet and you're late, just tell your boss what the clock tower said I was on time, and it all should be okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's my reason for getting here at.
Is that what it was?
4:50. I drove through Mount Juliet and I didn't realize what time it was.
That's exactly. But you know what? Here's the thing. At least Ken, Mason, and Dan. At least we're not in Memphis. Did you hear what's going on in Memphis? I'll tell you coming up.
All right. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. It'll be the last trading day of the week. Dow futures up 13, S&P up 8, NASDAQ up 48. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
6:08 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So many ways to listen to one radio station. You can find us on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook as well. That's where you can find our video cast. You can also listen via streaming. We are on all the apps if you'd like to check us out. You can. All the links at 997WTN.com. So I love this headline from the Tennessee Star. The governor is now sending the highway patrol to confront rising crime in Memphis, urging local officials to hold criminals accountable. Now, you know what's going on. I mean, Memphis is a complete and utter train wreck. I mean, there is so much crime in Memphis, and I think part of what's going on is that, one, as we all know, innocent people are getting killed. That's number one. And number two, we don't have enough cops. And Tennessee has had this problem of not enough cops for a long time. I think we've had the not enough cops problem since before George Floyd and the whole defund the police thing. So this is an ongoing issue. And now the governor has decided to send a whole bunch of highway patrol to Memphis, Shelby County, to help, they say, contend with the criminal element in Memphis. You know how many officers they're sending? I saw this and I thought, sure, kind of like the guy in Jaws that says you're going to need a bigger boat. You're going to need more cops. The governor is now sending an additional 40 additional troopers beginning this week to Memphis to try to curtail the crime. On November 27th, they say that Lee's office wrote in a press release an additional 15 to 20 troopers from other districts across the state will join what they're calling the surge and remain in Shelby County for the foreseeable future. Now, you know, I read that and I thought, and I realized this is just like a logistical problem. But can you imagine the guy that's like living in White House or living in, Mount Juliet or Murfreesboro, and then the governor comes along and says, hey, guess what? You're going to Memphis. I would not be happy at all. And the other thing that I wonder, all right, so you've got 15 to 20, 35, 40 more highway patrol, basically 40 more cops. Do you really think that that's going to do much to curtail the crime in Memphis? I hope that it does. I mean, Memphis used to be, and I'm not a native Tennessean, you people always remind me of that, but from what I understand, and you know that I have driven through Memphis a couple of different times, refused to get out of the car, but from what I understand, Memphis used to be an amazing city, and sadly, I'm hearing from folks that are telling me that Nashville is getting just as bad as Memphis. Now, I don't necessarily believe that that's true, but I will tell you that Nashville is getting bad. So that's what the governor is now doing. What can he do to save Memphis? And I got to tell you that there's a lot of things wrong with Memphis, and we'll have to see if that ultimately helps to curb the crime. For me, they got a lot of problems in Memphis. You've got the schools. You do have not enough cops. You've got a cultural problem in Memphis as well, because a lot of these crimes, you know, they're being done by teenagers. That's also one of the big problems that's out there. Also in the news today, just, you know, touching on some local topics and some local issues, because I've been doing, I did Red Eye Radio and I did national topics all night, and there's a lot of interesting stories going on locally. The governor also saying, and this is the top story locally, Governor Lee is not going to ask Tennessee lawmakers to pass a red flag law in 2024. Is it just me, or has the governor, when all of that went down after the Covenant school shooting and the governor started talking about red flag laws, it was almost like he just disappeared. And I'm just telling you from personal experience, because I've interviewed the governor many, many, many times, and then all of a sudden he was gone. I mean, felt like a media blackout. I don't think on the governor's side, it felt like he realized that the people of Tennessee wanted nothing to do with a red flag law, especially when we started talking about, okay, so is this going to curtail our Second Amendment rights, our constitutional rights? And then, if that's where this conversation is going, well, then somebody please tell us what's in the manifesto. And so when I saw the headline, Governor Lee will not ask Tennessee lawmakers to pass red flag laws next year. Well, that's not a surprise because the lawmakers in Tennessee, they were like, no way is that going to happen. Whether it is 2023 or 2024, the elected representatives for the volunteer state, they know darn right well that the people of Tennessee do not want any red flag laws in 24 or 2023 or any time in the near future. So I just kind of love that that's one of the big top stories today. It's like, well, no kidding. I keep trying to get the governor on, and I just, for whatever reason, man, I'm not going to be one of those guys that calls out local politicians. They won't come on my show. I'm not going to do that. I don't know what's up with the governor. It has been like on my show, and I don't know what I did to irk him, but it just, for whatever reason, I cannot get him on. But hopefully he'll come on at some point soon. 6:15. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. 6:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Much cooler weather returning to the mid-state. Decreasing clouds today, but temperatures in the upper 40s and lower 50s down into the 30s overnight tonight. Chilly tomorrow morning as the sunshine does return for Thanksgiving afternoon with highs in the upper 50s. And appreciate you listening. 44 degrees now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Kathy Hochul, New York governor. I got to tell you that I saw this audio floating around, and I thought yesterday after I got off the air, I think it was yesterday when I got off the air, and she's doing what all Democrats do, and they're trying to, seems to me, control their own narrative by a battle over disinformation. This is what she said yesterday as they are beginning a policy now in the state of New York where kindergarten through 12, they're going to offer the students information on how to spot disinformation and conspiracy theories.
Today I'm directing the Director of Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services to develop media literacy tools for K through 12 in our public schools. This will teach students and even teachers to help understand how to spot conspiracy theories and misinformation, disinformation, and online hate.
How do you spot disinformation and misinformation? Read the New York Times and the Washington Post. Watch CNN and MSNBC as well. I think that's a great way to spot misinformation and disinformation.
Start talking about what we're seeing out there. Give the teachers the tools they need to help these conversations in school. And by teaching younger New Yorkers about how to discern between digital fact and digital fiction, we can better inoculate them from hatred and the spread of it, and help prepare them for a very fast-moving and often confusing world.
Well, it is certainly fast-moving and confusing. You know, it's interesting, though, because she is, of course, a Democrat, and you know that for the Democrats and their partners in the media, they have been absolutely the purveyors of, the spreaders of disinformation. You know, we have all of this media outrage about Donald Trump trying to overturn the election of 2020 and all that entails. And I would like to remind you of just a few of the other things the media has kept trying to convince you of. Because I don't believe that the former president tried to, quote unquote, overturn the election of 2020. They keep going down that road, and I'm going to fight that tooth and nail every single time. But remember that the same media also tried to convince you that Donald Trump colluded with Russia to win the election of 2016. Jussie Smollett, Juicy Smollett. Remember that whole thing? I related this story on a Red Eye Radio overnight when maybe that guy is listening right now. where an official member of the Dan Mandis Hate Club, when I was on the air that day when the story came out about Jussie Smollett walking through the streets of Chicago on a bitterly cold winter night, somehow, bizarrely enough, looking for a sandwich. And he happened along a couple of guys in MAGA hats and bleaching rope of some sort, of a noose. And he expected us to believe that. And so I said on that day, this story seems a little sus. It just doesn't add up. And Guy attacked me on Twitter. I also got some emails and so forth. Dan, how could you not believe Jussie Smollett? Do you not hear what the media is reporting? Oh, I know what the media was reporting. Turned out the whole thing was a bunch of BS, right? The other things that the media, in their rampant spreading of misinformation and disinformation, COVID was absolutely not released from that lab in China, one way or another. It came from a bat, don't you know? Well, it turned out that was disinformation spread by the media and Democrats. The laptop, of course, was Russian disinformation. Also, that was a lie that was perpetuated by the Democrats and the mainstream media. Do I need to go on? I mean, you're hearing this monologue, and all of us here at WTN Nation, we lived this. Here's another one. And then I believe that I've made my point. The vaccines are perfectly safe. That's what they said anyway. Now, of course, we know that people are seeing side effects. And so, you know, when you look at all of those things, we have all been accused of being racist and, you know, conspiracy theories and the rest of that nonsense. And so the question then becomes, what is it that Kathy Hochul and the Democrats are afraid of? You know, it's the same thing we were talking earlier in the 5 o'clock hour about the Mike Johnson releasing the January 6th tapes. And you have all of these people on the left, they're hand-wringing, and some Republicans too. And they're saying it is dangerous to release these tapes. And my question would be this, okay, so what is so dangerous about releasing the tapes? And do they not want transparency? I believe that Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, does not want transparency. I believe that the governor of New York is trying to continue to control the narrative. Now, the question is this. What will happen moving forward? In other words, if this is something that New York is doing, this curriculum where they teach kids how to spot misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracy theories, you know what's going to happen, by the way, is that they're going to say that a lot of the disinformation out there is being spread by Republicans. That's what they're going to say. And I can almost guarantee you that this is going to be something that is going to be attempted to spread nationwide across America. I'd be willing to bet that that is something that is going to happen, at least in a lot of these Democrat-run states. It is 6:22. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
We'll get you the very latest on the new developments in the Israel-Hamas war. And here in Tennessee, people are recovering after being burned in not one, but now two separate home explosions. We'll tell you about that, let you hear from some of the victims at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Ken. Hey, coming up at about 6:35, Joe Scarborough from MSNBC, BSNBC, or whatever it is that good old Uncle Phil used to say, he came out with a monologue vilifying Donald Trump, just absolutely crucifying Donald Trump. And it turns out, as I listened to this widely shared monologue from this epic genius Joe Scarborough, the more I realized that the things that stop me when you've heard this before, by the way, the more that Joe Scarborough spoke, the more I realized that he and his own party were guilty of what he was accusing Donald Trump of. Must hear audio coming up at 6:35 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
We really are passionate about our state. It's so beautiful, and we just want people and all Tennesseans to help us keep it that way. We really want to make sure that, our beauty, and from, west to east to even middle Tennessee, we want to make sure it's nice and clean for everyone to enjoy. I like to get people to volunteer and to get out there and keep our world clean, man. Litter's disgusting. No one likes it.
That's right. Yeah, if you ask my wife, I've always said, keep Tennessee beautiful. That's kind of been, I think I found a T-shirt or something a long time ago.
It's that marketing.
Yeah.
Really good job.
It's like,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no sense in throwing your trash out the window or when you're hunting or fishing, leaving the trash there on the bank or whatever. It's not worth it.
Currently, there are 88 million pieces of litter on Tennessee roadways at any given time in this state.
Wow.
And TDOT currently spends $23 million on picking up the litter, educating about the litter.
The Nobody Trashes Tennessee campaign. There's some great videos out there. And I was watching the litter lessons and the show and get to know the Red Plastic Cup. Tell us a bit about the campaign and some of those characters. That's pretty neat.
So Red Plastic Cup, he thinks he's a movie star. He thinks he's just the greatest thing ever. So he started off with a talk show, and then he got a movie. And in our movie, he got more characters, and we had experts. Water quality expert was Sal, the smallmouth bass.
Yeah.
And his bodyguard is Trash Squatch. And if we can go into Trash Squatch a little bit too, but love Trash Squatch.
629 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Man, so much going on today. Coming up, I cannot wait to share with you the audio of Joe Scarborough and how he calls Donald Trump a fascist, and he's got a whole bunch of examples to prove that Donald Trump is a fascist. I've got the audio straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You want to stay close. Ken Weaver is coming up with the news right here in about a minute or so stay close for that. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and that means that the insurance company is depreciating how much they pay for your roof claim. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them today at 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review. Tell them Dan told you to reach out to kinginsurance.com.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Checking the traffic cameras, the backup on I-40 near the airport really isn't much of anything at all. So, drivers, it looks like you're doing a good job out there this morning. B&A expecting about 35,000 people to fly out today. Drivers, Metro Police on the lookout for aggressive and speeding, citing 124 lives lost in crashes, mostly due to speeding so far this year. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel-Hamas war. Rena Roy reports now that an agreement's been reached for the release of hostages.
An Israeli source briefed on the deal tells ABC each day of the ceasefire would see a batch of 10 to 12 hostages released. And if Hamas continues to release hostages, the ceasefire could be extended.
We're talking about 50 women and children to be let go in exchange for the release of about 150 Palestinian women and minors held in Israeli jails over a 4-day ceasefire period. Right now in Tennessee, 2 people recovering after being burned in a house explosion. The second one this week in Murray County. You can hear cries of help from one of the incidents as Channel 4 talking to the relatives of those victims.
It was bad enough it blew the whole walk back out in the back in the yard. Her legs were terrible. And it singed her hair back and all red-faced, and he didn't have a shirt on, but he was just bright red.
Yeah, firefighters say a propane leak is to blame in both separate home explosions there in Murray County this week. Got a scam alert targeting grandparents.
Beware of a scam targeting older people where the scammer calls a grandparent pretending the grandchild is in jail, according to the FBI. The scam is extensive, where there's a follow-up call of someone posing as the grandchild's attorney, demanding money and instructing secrecy. The FBI says the scam has nabbed $1.9 million in the first 9 months of this year from senior citizens and warns people not to answer from unknown phone numbers and to limit identifiable information posted online.
That's M. reporting and the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
You know, I think part of what's going on is the left is just, they're apoplectic because every single day there's new polling data that shows that Donald Trump is doing really well. And so now they're getting towards just a full-on attack. And none other than Joe Scarborough. And I don't let him fool you, folks, because Joe Scarborough over there on MSNBC, he likes to say that he's conservative, but he's really not. You know, just part of the gaslighting of America. And so Scarborough, you know, this audio is making the rounds. Now, I don't need to tell you because we cover it, you know, oftentimes here on Nashville's Morning News, some of the various polling that is out there. And as I said, every day there's polling that shows that Trump is doing better than ever. And now you do have the left in just full-on panic mode because it is clear that the American people don't want Joe Biden. They want Donald Trump or anybody but Biden. And I think that's part of the story for this morning is that as we head into Thanksgiving, here we are with Joe Biden's numbers dropping yet again. And so Joe Scarborough, because remember, Donald Trump has scoreboard. And I know that you know that Donald Trump has scoreboard. And I'm a free agent, so I'm not out here just trying to say how great Trump is all the time. But you know what? When you look at policy and where we were under Trump versus where we are now under Biden, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to be able to figure out where we are today. And it's not nearly as good as where we were when Donald Trump was in office. And so, you know, you can cue the hysteria from Joe Scarborough because he is, this was, I think, yesterday, the day before, he's calling out Donald Trump as, wait for it, a fascist.
There's a difference between conservatism, radicalism, and fascism. This is fascism. This is the Times quotes an expert on the topic. Fascism is generally understood, and this is boilerplate stuff, really, for what fascism is. Mm-hmm. Fascism is generally understood as an authoritarian, far-right system of government in which hyper-nationalism is a central component.
All right, so he says hyper-nationalism is a component of fascism, and he's trying to say that Donald Trump is part of that hyper-nationalism because he's going through all of these little bullet points. Well, here's the thing. They say that Donald Trump was hyper-national. His thing was hyper-nationalism. I would say this, that Donald Trump wanted a secure border. Now, we know what is going on with Joe Biden, which is the exact opposite of a secure border. So when Trump said that we needed to build the wall, you know why he wanted to build that wall, right? Because he was trying to keep fentanyl out. He was trying to keep illegal aliens out. He was trying to keep MS-13 and a lot of these illegal alien criminals from coming into our country. That's not hyper-nationalism, Joe. That just makes common sense, Joe Scarborough. Wanting to protect Americans from Chinese espionage and intellectual property theft, which is another thing that Donald Trump did. Is that something that is, you know, part of hyper-nationalism, or is that just a smart thing to do? It's just a smart thing to do. I mean, I could go on this one topic for an hour, but I won't. But the bottom line is that when you compare Joe Biden to Donald Trump, just ask yourself this question. Are we better off now in those categories than we were way back when, during the Donald Trump era? It's obvious that we had a secure border and we were more protected against China with Donald Trump. Remember that Trump had that whole thing where he had, if I remember right, it was part of an agency or whatever it was. But, you know, his whole thing was investigating China and protecting Americans from theft, intellectual property theft. Remember that? And he had a whole thing where he was trying to do everything he could to protect us and to investigate the theft of intellectual property at the hands of China. And Joe Biden was like, oh, no, that's racist. Protecting Americans from Chinese espionage, something that Joe Biden put a stop to, that Donald Trump was fighting. Oh, no, we can't do that. It's racist. So for Joe Scarborough, I would ask him to explain, okay, so you tell me how we were better off or are better off under Joe Biden now than we were under Donald Trump. I mean, it's an innocent question.
It also features a cult of personality around a strongman leader. Check.
No. I'm doing these one at a time. So Joe Scarborough talking about this cult of personality. Can I ask a question? So Joe Biden is protected by the media, clearly protected by the media. Joe Biden is somebody who has done many things wrong over the years, whether it is policy, whether it is influence peddling, lying to the American people, and yet the media, a good part of the media anyway, and the Democrat Party stands by Joe Biden despite the fact that he has so many flaws. Not only does Joe Biden have a lot of flaws, but his legislation is terrible. Yet the Democrat Party, many in the Democrat Party still think that Joe Biden is a great candidate to run. That sounds to me like a cult of personality. Does it not sound like a cult of personality to you, my friends? You can talk about Donald Trump being a cult of personality all you want, but the truth of the matter is that for the former president, people like the former president because he is someone who has a track record. He kept the border by and large secure, and we had a far better economy under Donald Trump than we do under Joe Biden. So please, Joe Scarborough, not a conservative and not a Republican. How does that make Donald Trump a cult of personality? It doesn't.
The justification of violence or retribution against opponents. Check.
No, actually, not even close. Joe Scarborough saying that Donald Trump is fascist because of this this is an accusation from Joe Scarborough, the justification of retribution against political opponents. Didn't Joe Biden's FBI go after conservatives? Yes, they did. They went after parents who had a problem with progressive school boards. Didn't Obama go after conservatives and reporters as well that they had a problem with? Yes, the Obama administration did. So it seems to me like, we have a president right now and a former president, also a Democrat. Biden was his vice president, and they both did exactly what Joe Scarborough is saying that Donald Trump did. So for me, it seems rather ridiculous for Joe Scarborough to blame Donald Trump as being a fascist when at seemingly every turn, this whole big monologue, actually, when you look at the details, points to the Democrats and Joe Biden as being the fascists and not Donald Trump. Got a little bit more on this at 6:45. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. As far as your weather for today goes on Nashville's Morning News, partly cloudy and a high of 52 today. Partly sunny tomorrow, 53 degrees, and some clouds and temperatures in the mid-50s on Friday and Saturday. Some rain possible on Sunday. And right now, 44 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joe Scarborough from MSNBC had some audio that went viral where he was trying to paint Donald Trump as a fascist. And when I really listened to the audio, I realized that the points that Scarborough were making, trying to point Donald Trump as some sort of a fascist, actually fit the Democrats more than it did Donald Trump by a wide margin. Here's more.
And the repeated denigration of the rule of law, check, said Peter Hayes, a historian who has studied the rise of fascism.
No. So you heard him say, basically, the repeated denigration of the rule of law. I would have to ask Joe Scarborough, hey, Joe, not a conservative, not a Republican, What about the border? I mean, the border is wide open, and isn't it the president's responsibility to enforce our immigration laws? He is not enforcing our immigration laws. So if ignoring the rule of law, which is what Joe Biden clearly is doing, if that is a sign of being a fascist, well, then Joe Biden is a fascist because he is denigrating the rule of law. And that actually applies to all Democrats, because what do we know in Democrat-run cities all across America? Wait for it. You guessed it. Soft on crime policies. So as I listened to all of this audio from Joe Scarborough, I realized that, number one, he's not giving any examples. I talked about this during Red Eye Radio. Scarborough is not giving any examples as to why he believes, and he is trying to prove, that Donald Trump is a fascist. He didn't. Did you hear any actual evidence? No. All he's doing is saying, check. Here's more.
Past fascist leaders appealed to a sense of victimhood to justify their actions. Check.
Past fascist leaders, he said, look at this sense of victimhood as a reasoning for being a fascist. Check. I don't see that in Donald Trump at all. What I do see, though, is how some of these folks on the left, they believe that that laws are racist. They believe that sentencing is racist, and so they'll point right back to slavery and the rest of that nonsense for equity. And so that if you got some guy that comes in and he steals $999 worth of merchandise, but not $1,000, but $999.99, then he is able to walk away scot-free with all of that stuff because equity. I mean, that's what's going on. And so Joe Scarborough is he couldn't be more wrong on this particular topic. And again, it's not really surprising. You see, when you are mired with Trump derangement syndrome, which is what Joe Scarborough is, when you've got Trump derangement syndrome, you'll say anything. And it seems to me like that little 2-minute diatribe that Scarborough did, it continues to destroy his credibility, because I don't believe that he has any left. And then you've got to decide, okay, well then who is it that you are going to watch and who is it that you are going to listen to? It seems to me it is really clear that Joe Biden does not, oh, by the way, I didn't even get into his lack of ability to think cognitively, which is another problem that Joe Biden has and that the media has stood behind Joe Biden on. And so Joe Scarborough, at least to me, it seems like people are rightfully attacking him on Twitter because he and his own party, they are just as, they're even more guilty than Donald Trump ever has been and the Republicans ever have been on all of the things that he mentioned regarding being a quote-unquote fascist. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Yeah, got all the details you need to know about in the new developments in Gaza. Metro Police announcing an initiative they say is to protect retailers and the public during this upcoming holiday weekend. And health news you need to know about your belly and your brain. These stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. It's 6:51 on Super Talk 99.7. Your home is a big investment. USS is here to protect that home. Now, these are the folks that I turn to anytime and every time I have a problem with my home. I do call the experts in waterproofing and foundation repair and concrete leveling, to name just a few. Now, these folks have been helping customers for years, and they've got 25,000 100% satisfied clients, including yours truly. They are problem solvers. They arrive at your home to figure it out, and then they're going to fix it and communicate with you along the way. So the big question is, what can USS help you with? Concrete lifting, foundation repair, basement and crawl space waterproofing, to name just a few. USS has been helping Middle Tennesseans since 1994, and they are available for you today. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, USSTN.com.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing, education, and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
.657 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Are we already 2 hours in? Yes, we are. By the way,
we're moving right on, Brother Dan.
Well, you know, the faster that I talk, the sooner I get off. Is that how it works?
That's how it does work.
That's actually not how it works.
Do you think you could talk fast enough to move 11:35 up to about 10 minutes from now?
That'd be kind of supersonic speaking.
It would.
It would
be indeed.
Yeah. All right, coming up next. Thank you, Ken Weaver. I'm sure we'll be better in the next hour. I know that because Michael Patrick Leahy is going to be joining us at 7:35 on Nashville's Morning News to talk about all of the biggest local stories, including a Stewart Parks update, all that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and I'm not seeing any delays exiting I-40 to the airport. Metro Police, meanwhile, looking for aggressive drivers and speeders this holiday weekend. Speeding, they say, the main culprit in most of the 124 traffic fatalities so far this year. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel-Hamas war. New developments. Jordana Miller with the details of an agreement on hostages.
The Israeli government approving a hostage release deal overnight with Hamas. 50 Israeli women and children set to be freed in small groups each day over a 4-day ceasefire. 30 children in that group, including 3-year-old Abigail Idan, who is American. In exchange, Israel will allow more aid and fuel into the Gaza Strip and release 150 Palestinian women and minors convicted of security-related offenses. The ceasefire and release of the first Israeli hostages could begin as early as Thursday morning, local time.
Here in America, the passion surrounding the war prompting tighter security of big holiday events. Here in Nashville, Metro Police announcing what they call an enhanced visible presence in support of retailers and protecting the public. They'll be on foot, in cars, on horseback, and in the air looking for suspicious activity around places like Tanger Outlets, Nashville West Shopping Center, Opry Mills Mall, and then Green Hills Mall. Shopping season, Black Friday upon us. Retailers rolling out the deep discounts to get you in their stores. While Chicago mother of two, Erlena Delaney's kids look forward to the deals, for her, it's not much different than last year.
Especially with kids, it all seems like the same. Every year, it gets a little bit more expensive. But other than that, it's pretty much the same.
Forbes says Americans are expected to spend an average of $567 during the Black Friday to Cyber Monday shopping events, which would be an increase of 13% from last year. And with all the eating about to commence, there's news about your waistline and brain you need to know.
Go ahead, push your belly. If it's soft, that's subcutaneous fat. Further inside your body lies the visceral fat. It's what surrounds your abdominal organs. And, says ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton,
they found that those who had higher ratios of visceral fat, that's at abdominal obesity, had a significantly increased risk or signs of brain disease, which include protein deposits that we know are associated with dementia.
Findings were presented at the annual meeting of the Radiological Society of North America on Monday. Doctors say the goal is to keep your waistline under 40 inches if you're a man and under 35 inches if you're a woman.
That is Sherry Preston reporting. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, checking futures. Dow futures are up 56, S&P up 13, NASDAQ up 73. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken, I got to tell you how much Mason loves working on this program. So this is what just happened, Ken. Can you hear me, Ken?
I can hear you, Brother Dan Mandis. Yeah, he was trying to tell me what you were wanting to inquire about.
So he's got the lights turned down in there, so I can't see him. So he's nodding, but I can't see him nodding because it's dark in there and I can't see him.
Well, I'm trying to talk to Ken to get those answers for you. And then you're like, well, do you have them yet? I'm like, hold on.
I'm like, speak to me, man. Speak. Just don't nod. Whatever.
Brother
Ken,
Mason's got mood lighting in there.
Is that what that is?
That's
mood lighting?
It's more I'm waking up lighting.
You know what? Listen, if I've got to be awake, you do too. And you know,
Hey,
Johnny always turns the lights up. I expect you to do the same because you're filling in for him. Hey, Ken.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. I love you. Mason. Thank you for showing up.
Of course, anytime.
So, what are the numbers on this this prisoner swap, this hostage swap? Is it 150 Palestinians for 50 Israelis?
It is 50 Israelis, women and children. We don't know if any of the Americans taken hostage are included for sure. It is 150 Palestinian women and minors that are apparently incarcerated in Israel for various security violation convictions. And that is supposed to take place over a 4-day ceasefire, and that could start as soon as tomorrow.
So that seems a little lopsided to me. Like that's 3-1. I mean, why are the Palestinians getting such a great deal? So Israel, they're only going to be getting back 50 Israeli women and children, possibly. I'm seeing possibly 3 Americans. I don't know. And 150 Palestinians.
Yeah.
They're the ones that attacked Israel. It should be the other way around. Listen, I feel like Israel is acquiescing to some pressure. Now, you don't have to comment on that, but it feels lopsided to me.
Well, it is lopsided.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, by the numbers, it's lopsided.
Anybody saying why it's so lopsided? Is it because people are coming after Israel for rightly defending themselves? Is that what it is?
I'm not seeing that, Brother Dan. I am not seeing that, but at the same time, you cannot say that is not the reason.
That's exactly right.
Israel has been under intense pressure from its biggest ally, the United States.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder, and the ceasefire is for, you said, 4 or 5 days? And
It's supposed to be a 4-day ceasefire.
Yeah.
And according to a report that I just played, it could be stretched out depending on whether or not Hamas decides to release more.
See, here's
prisoners.
the thing. This is the thing. And I don't want to be a Danny Downer on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving because I'm really trying to, keep it like lighthearted and I'm failing miserably. But here's the thing. Hamas is not going to give up all of those hostages because the second that they release all of their hostages back to Israel and America and all the other nations, well, then they know that they're going to get obliterated.
Well, that's their leverage.
That is indeed their leverage.
Or maybe they'll call on the Houthis to go hijack another unarmed tanker.
Well, and see, this is also part of the issue is that when you negotiate with terrorists, now I'm getting upset.
Yeah,
when you
negotiate
with, it's okay. When you negotiate with terrorists, then you give the terrorists more leverage. And I do understand. See, this is the sticky wicket with the whole thing, is that as Israel continues to do what it needs to do, they run the risk of killing these hostages, their own hostages. And so that's the sticky wicket that they find themselves in. But at the same time, the more that you allow Israel to control the Hamas, the more you allow Hamas to control the negotiations. And clearly, if they've got a 3-1 advantage in this first prisoner swap, Hamas is controlling the negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm a citizen of Israel, or if I'm Jewish and I live out there and I'm seeing this after what Hamas did to my country, I'm going to be ticked as all get out that this was approved not only by Benjamin Netanyahu, but by the Israeli government, whatever they are. The parliament, I think, is what they call them.
Cabinet. Knesset, I believe, is what it's called. But either way. But here's something else, too. I could see this being a lose-lose for Israel because now you're going to have people saying, well, why these 50 hostages?
Yeah.
Why not those 50 hostages?
Mm-hmm.
And there's still over 150 of them in Hamas custody.
So how many? Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Do we know how many hostages are left with Hamas? You said
I want to say there's over 200. I know that.
I was going to say
I thought I saw 236
because the original number of hostages was right around 300. I think is what I saw, a little under 300. So, by the way, 3556, one Israeli is worth 3 Palestinians on the open market. Would you stop it? Come on, people. This is serious business. It feels to me like Israel, they're being pressured into negotiations from President Joe Biden.
And they're the ones that were attacked.
And they're the ones that were attacked.
Murdered.
And now we have, oh, and by the way, I threw down that whole opinion that I had a few days ago where, Susan Sarandon has lost her, because of her very anti-Semitic comments as part of this news cycle this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Susan Sarandon lost her agency that represents her. You know, Hollywood, everybody has an agent. She was out there spouting a bunch of pro-Hamas stuff, so she lost her agency. And I think that people who are arrested or want to get a new agent in Hollywood need to watch the unfiltered, unedited footage from Hamas as they carried out their horrific terrorist attack. I think that then I would have to ask Susan Sarandon, now you defend that.
Yeah,
please defend that. I spoke about that on Red Eye Radio. I had a big old response, actually, because I think that it makes sense. Because we can't figure out how it is that anybody with a rational mind can justify what Hamas did. Yet they are trying to justify it. That's number one. That's part of the Susan Sarandon audio. Maybe I'll play some of that in the 8 o'clock hour. But that's number one. But number two, we have all of these people running around college campuses doing the same thing. And that is standing up for Hamas after they did this horrific thing. I would make every single one of those weaselly college kids watch that footage, unedited, unfiltered, and raw, and then have them go out there and defend it. That's what we really need to do. 7:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate it. 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Partly cloudy today, a high of 52, right now 45 degrees. For your Thanksgiving, partly sunny and 53. Some clouds and temperatures in the mid-50s on Friday and Saturday. And for Sunday, possibility of some rain. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. 6695 says 150 Palestinians in exchange for 50 Jewish and Americans and a 4-day ceasefire. Sounds like a good old Joe Biden brokered deal. You know, here's the thing.
I see one American.
Ken, you said that this is going to be over a 4-day period?
Yeah, they have agreed to a 4-day.
You know what? This is BS. This is BS because Hamas is reloading and doing everything they can do for the next wave of attacks.
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, look, I want the hostages back as much as the next guy, but I also understand that what you're doing is you're elongating this process. That's what I would say.
We could look at it like this.
Yes, please.
You could look at it like this. You could look at it like maybe Israel feels like they have enough of their soldiers on the ground in Gaza right now and in position to where they are now at a point in this to where they can agree to some of these things and continue to make what they would think is significant progress in the elimination of Hamas.
Maybe that's one way to look at it.
I mean, I've always looked at it like if enough Israeli soldiers can get into Gaza and get around these hospitals, which the media is reporting on, I think those hospitals would be better off with Israeli soldiers.
Yeah,
in control.
Well, I do too. I mean, we've talked about ad nauseum now the fact that Gaza they've got the Hamas rockets that go, as Dakota Wood one time said, kablooey. All these Hamas rockets go kablooey, and they just go off track, and they end up blowing up their own hospitals and blowing up their own people, and then they try to blame Israel.
Yeah.
Well, that was the frustrating thing about Susan Sarandon and all the stuff that she was spewing in New York is, she says, oh, well, the attacks on October 7th, they need more context.
So many people do not understand the context in which this October 7th assault happened.
What the hell does she mean by context? Is there any kind of a context that would justify what Hamas did? That's the thing that's infuriating me. She's such a dunderhead. I mean, it's like people say to me sometimes, do you ever hear yourself? I want to say that to Susan Sarandon.
Sure, she hears herself.
Because she's surrounded by a whole bunch of people that agree with her, but, you can't have, there is no context, and I've been saying this, and we've all been saying this, there is no context that would justify what Hamas did.
So many people do not understand the context in which this October 7th assault happened. They don't understand the history of what has been happening to the Palestinian people for 75 years.
I mean, listen, the couple of things. First of all, the 2 years prior to the attack in early October, there were no major attacks, and Israel and Hamas were, I'm going to put this in air quotes, they were sort of working together, and just everybody's keeping their powder dry. And that's when Israel was being nice and not destroying the hell out of Hamas. They were plotting with Iran to execute this attack and kill all those people. And that is exactly what they did. So for me, when you hear about this deal between Israel and Hamas and it's 3-1, I'm thinking, well, here we go again. It is just like the Biden administration, where we had Iran up against a wall. Donald Trump, oh, there he goes talking about how great Trump is. Donald Trump had Iran absolutely up against the wall. Donald Trump's boot was on their neck. And then Joe Biden comes in. And Joe Biden gives them a trunkload of cash. He looks the other way on these sanctions. And suddenly Iran is back in the business of funding terrorism. And so Biden does this. He aids our enemies, and this is something that he keeps doing, whether it is China, whether it is Iran, whether it is Hamas. I've talked about how Joe Biden has actually been funding Hamas. It's something that I've been speaking about for quite some time. And so the more that Susan Sarandon was talking about the Israelis and how they are guilty of war crimes, I think the more people are absolutely repulsed by what she has to say.
You don't have to be Palestinian to stand with the Palestinian people. You do not have to be Palestinian to understand that the slaughter of almost 5,000 children is unacceptable and a war crime.
Wow! So even accusing the Israelis of war crimes, and so now big news today. Even CNN, believe it or not, covered it. Is Susan Sarandon is feeling the wrath of people who are angry with what she said, the very, I would say, anti-Semitic comments that obviously captured on video. 7:21. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 7:30?
Well, we've got more details on this prisoner swap deal between Israel and Hamas. North Korea is giving the world something to think about this morning. And you're going to hear from that Antioch Wingstop employee. She is speaking out for the first time since a brutal attack on her as she was working in the kitchen. These stories and more at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Coming up, our daily visit with Michael Patrick Leahy, and we've got a whole bunch of stories to burn through, so stay close here on Super Talk 99.7. The governor is telling everyone he's not going to ask the state lawmakers to pass any kind of a red flag law. So that apparently the governor is announcing, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that that is not going to happen There's some other stories as well that we're following, and all of that straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. I love Brentwood Jewelry. Now, listen, this is where I buy all of my jewelry these days, and I do recommend them highly. Now, listen, if you need a special gift for a special occasion, head on over to Brentwood Jewelry for a great selection of earrings and necklaces and watches. This is where Amy and I went to celebrate our 1-year wedding anniversary. I bought her some fantastic earrings, and she got me a watch. Now, yes, Christmas is right around the corner. We're right in front of Thanksgiving. So Christmas is coming, folks. And so if you want a special gift for a special someone, go to a special place, my place, Brentwood Jewelry, where they focus on incredible quality, outstanding customer service, and a vast selection of everything. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every single day for over 50 years. You can find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
We really are passionate about our state. It's so beautiful, and we just want people and all Tennesseans to help us keep it that way. We really want to make sure that, our beauty, and from, west to east to even middle Tennessee, we want to make sure it's nice and clean for everyone to enjoy. I like to get people to volunteer and to get out there and keep our world clean, man. Litter's disgusting. No one likes it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, if you ask my wife, I've always said, keep Tennessee beautiful. That's kind of been, I think I found a T-shirt or something a long time ago.
It's that marketing.
Yeah.
Really good job.
It's like,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no sense in throwing your trash out the window or when you're hunting or fishing, leaving the trash there on the bank or whatever. It's not worth it.
Currently, there are 88 million pieces of litter on Tennessee roadways at any given time in this state.
Wow.
And TDOT currently spends $23 million on picking up the litter, educating about the litter.
The Nobody Trashes Tennessee campaign, there's some great videos out there. And I was watching the litter lessons and the show and get to know the Red Plastic Cup. Tell us a bit about the campaign and some of those characters. That's pretty neat.
So Red Plastic Cup, he thinks he's a movie star.
Uh-huh.
He thinks, he's just the greatest thing ever. So he started off with a talk show, and then he got a movie. And in our movie, he got, more characters, and we had experts, water quality expert was Sal, the smallmouth bass.
Yeah.
And his bodyguard is Trash Watch. And if, we can go into Trash Watch a little bit too, but love Trash Watch.
728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Our daily report with the Tennessee Star, and Michael Patrick Leahy is back. And oh, my Lord, do we have a lot of news. So that is coming up straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. At 728, winter is on the way, and with it, possible snow, ice, and power outages. My question for you, are you ready? Dan Mandis here indeed for Cove Generators. Now, they are the experts in keeping your power on and your family safe. So be prepared this winter with a Generac home standby generator, the best generators around to keep your heat on if your power goes out. Cove Generators are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today and be prepared for winter. Now, at Cove Generators, all they do is generators, so they know what they're doing, and they do it at a fair price and great customer service. Now, if you've already got a generator, call them to perform maintenance on your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand generator that you own. Find them online at covegenerators.com and never lose power again. Call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 931-559-3311. 931-559-3311. Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. covegenerators.com.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. It is looking good. If you need to get to the airport this morning, I'm not seeing any backup at the exit from I-40 right now. Metro Police, meanwhile, actively working to deter aggressive driving, also speeding, citing 124 fatalities so far this year. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel-Hamas war. Israel and Hamas could start swapping prisoners as soon as tomorrow. Earlier today, family members of the hostages spoke at a news conference, including Michael Levy, the brother of Or Levy, who was taken from the music festival massacre by Hamas. His wife killed in that attack.
We don't sleep. We barely eat. And we want him home.
50 Israeli women and children set to be freed in small groups each day over a 4-day ceasefire. Among 30 children set to be released, 3-year-old Abigail Edan, who is American. In exchange, Israel will allow more aid and fuel into Gaza and release 100 to 50 Palestinian women and minors convicted of security-related offenses. North Korea, giving the world something to think about this morning. They claim to have launched their first spy satellite. The Biden administration says it violates UN resolutions, and if it's true and successful. Here in Nashville, the Antioch Wingstop employee is speaking out for the first time since she was brutally attacked with a metal pole by a robber while working in the kitchen.
How do you feel about beating up a woman? How do you feel about beating a woman? How would you feel if someone did that to your mother? I just don't want to be scared anymore, because knowing that they're still out there. When I go back to work, is it like, are they going to come in again or what?
Well, police have arrested Antonio Jefferson, who's been arrested 36 other times for charges, including murder and rape. He's now charged with aggravated robbery with a weapon in this Wingstop case, but police still haven't found the woman he was with at the time of the crime. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 7:32. Holidays are here, friends, and with it, guests. Now, you need to protect and clean your carpet the best way, the Zero-Res way. That means no soap, no residue, and no crunchy carpet. Just soft, fluffy carpets that stay clean longer. Now, they don't use harsh chemicals either at Zero-Res, which means pure safety for your family and pets. And right now, they have a great offer for the month of November. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119, and you get a 4th room cleaned for free with a donation of canned food at the time of service. It does benefit the Second Harvest Food Bank of Middle Tennessee because Zero Res is all about looking out for you and our community. And don't forget about that $50 off of air duct cleaning as well. 615-535-9376. Call them today and take advantage of that great deal. Donate a can of food and get a fourth room cleaned for free. Restrictions may apply. 615-535-9376, ZeroResNashville.com. .737 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mattis here. Appreciate you listening on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, along with Ken Weaver, Mason Fleming in for Johnny B. Michael Patrick Leahy joining me now for our visit with the Tennessee Star. And, today is, Michael, one of those dates, very important dates in history.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
Now, where were you? And because you're quite a bit older than I am, so...
You're a spring chicken, Dan.
Sure. Anyway, so where were you on this date back in November?
I was in the front row of a third grade class
Okay.
Mrs. Levine's third grade class in a little town called Dannemora, New York. It's a prison town, 75 miles south of Montreal. My dad was the principal. We were doing a lesson on the Piedmont of North Carolina in social studies class.
The Piedmont of North Carolina.
And my father was a principal. This was a small school, 300 kids, K through 12. There were 12 kids in my third grade class. My father came on the PA system, which was unusual, at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time. And he announced, President Kennedy has been shot. And we were all shocked. It was one of those things that you never forget. And then an hour later, he came on and said, President Kennedy has died. Everybody go home. And it shook the world. It shook me, and it changed America.
Third grade.
Third grade, yeah.
So you are, what is that?
I'm 68 now.
9?
I was
9
8.
years?
I was 8 years old.
8, 9. Okay, 8 years old. And you remember that?
It clears a bell.
Wow.
It changed the world.
Absolutely, it changed the world.
Changed America, not in a good way. America was positive, optimistic, and more united. But subsequently, it became divided. Lyndon Johnson was a divisive president. And you had the war in Vietnam, you had all the protests. And really, the world would have been much different had John F. Kennedy not been assassinated.
There was a documentary, and this doesn't apply to John F. Kennedy, but just generally speaking, there's a documentary or a series of documentaries, what would have happened if, like, for example, what would have happened if John F. Kennedy.
Alternate histories first.
Alternate history, that
McKinley
kind of stuff.
Kenner first started that. He wrote a small book called If the South Had Won the Civil War.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah. And if John F. Kennedy had, the path would have been better. How different, we don't know.
Right.
But it was a terrible, terrible day in American history.
Can you imagine? So somebody's got to do a alternate reality. If the 2020 election wasn't stolen. I mean, can you imagine how, and I don't know if you know, but from when I say the election was stolen, it's about, the laptop from hell and how millions of Americans said they would not have voted for Joe Biden had they known the truth about the laptop. They politicized COVID, all that kind of stuff. But can you imagine if Donald Trump had won a second term?
Well, my friend Stephen K. Bannon always says elections have consequences and stolen elections have catastrophic consequences. And we're right in the middle of a catastrophic consequence right now. My term on this is that Joe Biden is legal but not legitimate.
There you go. There you go. By the way, a couple of local stories. One shooter or two, real quick, with John F. Kennedy. You have any opinion on that?
I don't have a strong opinion other than, people spent a decade trying to determine that. We'll never know the full answer. Right. I don't think we have the full answer, but I would be in the category of one shooter.
Okay, very good. Memphis. So I was speaking about this earlier, and I do find this interesting. We all know that Memphis is a train wreck, and now the governor is sending highway patrol officers to confront the, quote, rising crime in Memphis, urging local officials to hold the criminals accountable. I mean, he's been in charge for how many years now? Why now?
It's getting worse, and they have a new district attorney down there, Stephen Mulroy, and who has a reputation of being soft on crime. And there is a crime wave down there.
Yeah.
They've
got a crime tsunami down there.
I think that's a very good way to describe it.
Yeah.
Dan. And it's a lot of youth crime. It's a lot of multiple offenders. And Speaker of the House, Cam Sexton, floated the idea last month of possibly impeaching District Attorney Mulroy down there. Now, it's a very high bar. It has to be dereliction of duty. But clearly, the police down there it's not working with the police. It's not working with the judicial system. It's out of control, and it's getting worse. I think it's a good move for the governor to send down, I think at 40 Tennessee Highway patrolmen, but it's not going to stop it.
Well, the thing that I said when I spoke about this earlier was you're going to need more than 40, but they also need policy. They need a DA that will bring the charges. They need a DA that will be aggressive. And if you've got to throw some of these, I'm air quoting this, some of these kids in jail, then that's what you got to do. You throw them in, you throw them in juvie, you charge them as adults, and if they start to go on, this path towards crime at a young age, you've got to intercept that as best you can.
It's a cultural problem down there. Yeah. It's a systemic problem. You have a Democrat-run area, and then you also have a weak police force with weak leadership, with bad internal problems. We saw the 5 police officers arrested and charged with the murder of Tyree Nichols down there, for instance. Mm-hmm. And so it is a huge, huge problem. And really, where they're moving towards would be almost a possible state takeover of the operation of the legal system down there, which is a daunting task. I don't think they're going to do that ultimately because it's so drastic. But I don't see it getting better. I see it getting worse.
A state takeover, has that happened before?
It's never happened before.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? How do I feel about that? Because the DA and all the officials there, they are voted in by the people. Right. And so it's their vote to live with.
I think you're right about that. And
yeah,
so,
I'm trying to think of how I feel about that. And I am all about, local control and local people. I wouldn't like it if a Democrat governor took over a conservative-leaning city for whatever reason. And so that's an interesting question.
Yeah, I don't think it's specifically on the table. I don't think it's a political consideration right now. But, Dan, Memphis is a war zone. And if you are a normal person like this young doctor who was from St. Jude, just walking down the street, 2 thugs killed him, shot him dead.
They don't, and here's the thing, then we'll move on. But the thing is, there is no appreciation for life.
Mm-hmm.
There is just, they'll come and they'll take you out just without even thinking twice because they don't believe that there are any consequences.
It's a huge cultural problem. It's a legal system problem. And, there will come a time as it gets worse where other alternatives are considered.
And sometimes you have to.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have to. Governor Bill Lee has made the announcement that he will not be asking state lawmakers to vote or try to pass any kind of red flag laws next year in 2024. I wasn't exactly sure why there was a press release that was needed for that. I mean, here in 2023, after Covenant, of course, that just didn't land.
Well, you could describe that press release as, in other words, water is wet, right? Because
yes, water is wet.
I made you laugh again, Dan.
You did. Congratulations.
I think the governor has a different agenda. And there will be a press conference next week where he articulates that agenda. And I think, Dan, I've had some talks with folks close to the governor. And I think there's a possibility he may come in here with us and talk about that, what his agenda is.
Okay.
I'm going to hold fire on that until I guess he's going to have a big press conference next Tuesday.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Stuart Parks.
Yes.
I was actually talking about him on the overnight show when I was filling in nationally. Had a great conversation with Matt Kittle from the Tennessee Star, of course. What is happening to him is a travesty. And now you've had a one-on-one with Stuart and talk a little bit about what's going on in his mind and how is he preparing himself. It's going to go to appeal, but how is he preparing himself for what perhaps is inevitable, which is going to prison?
Well, yeah, he was convicted in a bench trial on 5 misdemeanors.
Yep.
And then last week sentenced by a left-wing, vicious judge who, in essence, hates anybody who wears a MAGA hat. His name is Amit Mehta, to 8 months in federal prison. He's going to appeal that. But right now, if the appeal doesn't work, or if he doesn't get a stay, he will be reporting to federal prison in February for 8 months. I did a 1-hour exclusive interview with him, a video cast that you can see at TennesseeStar.com. And in it, he described the FBI raid on his house on June 3rd, 2021. Remember, he was up there on January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
He walked around the Capitol for half an hour with a Gadsden flag and then left.
Yep.
And the FBI on June 3rd raided his residence in Columbia, Tennessee at 5:53 in the morning. He was sleeping in bed. He has hearing aids in both ears. The hearing aids were not in his ear, but they were so loud, he said about half a dozen FBI agents in full protective gear with machine guns were on his front door. They knocked real loudly, FBI, come out with your hands up. And they waited like a second. Then they broke the glass and broke into his house. He was sleeping just in his boxer shorts and his gym shorts. That's it. They took him out. They put his hands behind his back, handcuffed him, perp walked him, no shoes, no shirt, just his gym shorts, out. All of his neighbors saw him. This was for, and then they put him in the back of a car.
So let me ask, why wouldn't they allow him to put any clothes on?
They wanted to humiliate him, and he was only charged with misdemeanors, Dan.
Yeah.
And they had 5 months. Mm-hmm. They knew his address. They knew where he was. All they had to do was call up, hey, come on in. He would have come in voluntarily.
Yeah, it's time.
And so this, and Stewart is such a kind person. He's such an honest person. And this was really an attempt to humiliate political opponents.
Oh, that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Do we know how many actual agents show up at his door? Do we know?
He said about 6, but then as they perp walked him and his neighbors, and again, just his boxer shorts and gym shorts, no shoes, no shirt, handcuffs, hands behind his back, walking out. He said there were so many police enforcement cars there. He couldn't count them all.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It was designed to intimidate, basically, America First citizens.
Do we know what prison he may go to? Is there such a thing as a country club federal prison?
So we don't know.
Would somebody like Stewart, do you think he would survive?
Oh, Stewart, I think he'll survive. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's an earnest, and he looks like he's good shape, works out. Okay. As far as I can tell, he's mentally tough.
Yeah,
I think so. Now, his co-defendant before his case was separated, Matthew Baggett, was pled guilty to a misdemeanor charge. Got 3 months in federal prison.
Yeah,
he served his time in Kentucky. He's come and gone.
Mm-hmm.
He's out now. Mm-hmm. And so,
what was his prison like?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was a club fed type place. It's not necessarily a high profile place.
Yeah.
And so, if there's any justice in this world, Stewart, first he'll be reversed on appeal.
Yeah.
But he's, right now he had a public defender against, dozens of federal prosecutors. And he charged, as you know, that the judge colluded with the prosecutors, and it's very clear at his conviction hearing, when he was convicted at the bench trial, the judge called him by the wrong name. So the judge wasn't paying. The judge just hates his guts because he's an America First
the judge
person.
hates everybody affiliated with January 6th, whether or not they actually did anything wrong or not.
Exactly.
And that's the problem that Stewart faces.
Actually, exactly it is. And I think he's considering whether to have a public defender do his appeal, or it would cost, $100,000 plus, I think, to get a private attorney. A private attorney would give him the best shot of winning the appeal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are going to be praying for Stewart, and I think he's looking at all of his options. He's a good man. He's been unjustly convicted. He's been targeted by an Obama-appointed judge who hates, MAGA Americans.
It's stunning, too, and then we got to go, but it's stunning that people, they don't have any recourse here. I mean, it's going through the process, but you got these judges that are just, the sentences don't match the actual crime.
Mm-hmm.
The sentencing is way out, way over what it should be. The sentencing is way over what the crime is. And I don't know what you do next. If you're Stewart, you can go to appeal, but then after that, you go to prison.
Well, he should have gotten probation after the conviction, but the judge didn't want to give that to him. the judge hates his guts.
Yeah.
And the judge yelled at him in court. We've got the clip of it, and you could hear him yell. I mean, he was yelling at him.
Yeah.
The clip was described by a CBS reporter. We don't have the actual clip of the judge.
Right.
But the judge's conduct was beyond the bounds for any judge interested in fairness. And frankly, the judge ought to be brought up on disciplinary charges.
That'll be the day. That'll be the day. Thank you, Michael Patrick Leahy. 7:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Have a great Thanksgiving. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 8?
Well, we'll dig into some more of the details of this Israel-Hamas hostage agreement. Metro Police gearing up to serve and protect this weekend with Black Friday upon us. Wait till you hear how much the average American will be spending this year. And hear about that small town which a man put in his will and what some of the community, how they want to spend that money. These stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. At 7:53, Stoltz Co. Business is booming and has been over at Stoltz Co. for a long time. You know why? Because they build great pole barns, and dare I say, they build the best darn pole barns in Middle Tennessee. The question is, can you afford it? And I'm here to tell you that, yes, you can, because not only do they build great pole barns, but they've got very, very reasonable prices as well. Now, if you don't know what a pole barn is, it is anything you want it to be. It can be a classic tool and work barn. It can be a garage. It can be a place to live. A pole barn is practical, efficient, and flexible. And a pole barn from Stoltz Co. is going to stand the test of time. So if you're hearing this commercial right now and thinking about a piece of land you have or a section of your property that you don't really know what to do with, put up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. If you've got a minute, check them out at their website. It is stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. You can also find them on Instagram or Facebook. Stoltz Co., where quality workmanship and great customer service is affordable. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing, education, and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
Eight o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel-Hamas war update. Karen Travers over at the White House.
President Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says he's hopeful that the deal reached to secure the release of hostages will hold, telling ABC's Good Morning America.
You can never have full confidence until you actually see hostages back in the arms of their families. But I am very hopeful that there will be a pause. These hostages will begin to be released.
Sullivan said the key to reaching this deal between Hamas and Israel was getting both sides to, quote, get specific, to say how many hostages and Palestinian prisoners will be released and how many days the fighting will be paused.
Yeah, the Israeli cabinet approving the deal yesterday. It would allow the release of about 50 Israeli women and children, American citizens among them, in exchange for 150 Palestinian women and minors currently in Israeli jails. Here in America, the passion surrounding the war now prompting tighter security at big holiday events. And in Nashville, Metro Police announcing what they call an enhanced visible presence in support of retailers and protecting the public. They'll be on foot, in cars, on horseback, and in the air, looking for suspicious activity, especially around places like Tanger Outlets, Nashville West Shopping Center, Opry Mills Mall, Green Hills Mall. And with Black Friday upon us, retailers rolling out the deep discounts to get you in stores. In the toy aisle of a Chicago Target store, along with her two kids, Erlena Delaney explains how she got there.
I came in here for Starbucks. That was it. But then we ended up back here in the toy aisle. So here we are.
Funny how that works. Yeah, Forbes says Americans are expected to spend an average of $567 during the Black Friday to Cyber Monday shopping events, which would be an increase of 13% from last year. And a small New England town has learned they were left in the will of one of their residents. Jeffrey Holt passed away in June of this year at the age of 82. And it seems he wanted his New Hampshire neighbors to have something to remember him. He left them $3.8 million. Aaron Phalo reports from Manchester.
The town of Hinsdale was left a nearly $4 million gift as a surprise to benefit the community in the areas of education, health, recreation, and culture. There's been no formal gathering to discuss ideas for that money. Some residents have proposed upgrading the town hall clock, restoring buildings, or buying a new ballot counting machine in honor of Holt, who always made sure that he voted.
Yeah, Holt made a living doing odd jobs, according to friends, including as a property caretaker, a grain mill manager, and a driver's ed teacher. But they say he did not own a car, a computer, or even a TV. His frugal lifestyle and smart investments now benefiting his hometown. At least one member of that town wants to spend that money on fixing the town square clock. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 74. S&P up 16. NASDAQ up 81. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, earlier, we were talking about what I believe is a rather ridiculous ratio where the Palestinians are getting 150 of their hostages back and Israel is only getting 50 of theirs. And they get 4 days, a 4-day ceasefire to reload and refresh. And so I hear that, and listen, I'm all about, I do understand wanting to, get hostages back and so forth, but my God, 150 to 3. Well, now listen to this. As you get 150 Palestinians for only 50 Israelis. Listen to this story from the Daily Mail. Palestinian terrorist expected to be swapped for hostages demanded Israel pay for her plastic surgery after an explosive she detonated left her with serious burns. So this woman, this Palestinian terrorist, was working on a bomb to kill Israelis, and then she shanked it. It exploded, it burned her face, and she wants Israel to pay for it. How much you want to bet Biden worked that into the deal? Azra Jabez was seriously disfigured after a gas cylinder exploded in the attack. And so guess what? So now this story, this is from the Daily Mail, this is indicative of the kind of people that Hamas is getting back. Terrorists. Meantime, you've got Israel asking for, women and children. Well, I guess she is a woman. This woman here, she is a woman, but she's also a terrorist. And her face is really scarred. But, listen, if you play with gas cylinders and you're a terrorist, what do you expect is going to happen? As news spread that she was one of the prisoners released as part of the deal, several victims' groups said they would like a petition to be filed to oppose her freedom, because that's what they want to do. Now, I don't know how many actual Israelis this Palestinian terrorist has killed, but, I understand what the Israelis would, the concerns that they would have. Because you're letting, this is right along the lines of letting the Al-Qaeda terrorists out after 9/11. Because the majority of them ended up back on the, you let them out of Gitmo, and they end up back on the battlefield wanting to kill Americans. I don't sound very Thanksgiving-y today. Anybody else notice that? I don't, I did. I wanted this show to be easygoing and friendly, and every time I turn around, there's something else to irritate me. Under Israeli law, when Palestinian inmates are freed as part of any deal, their names are published on the Ministry of Justice website, and anyone opposing the decision has 24 hours to file a claim. And so you've got these people now that are going to say that they don't want this, burn-faced Palestinian terrorist to be let out of prison. Israeli media reported that Jabez was on the list and had successfully been awarded 2 grants to have plastic surgery. But a third one, applying to have her nose rebuilt last year, was refused. So did she get grants from Israel? Officials rejected the request for the third, as they said that unlike the surgery to her hands, this was not necessary to maintain her health. Oh my God. So it sounds like Israel, I hope I'm misreading this. It sounds like Israel actually paid for this female terrorist to have this surgery to repair, I guess, her body after after she shanked the bomb planting and it detonated and it burned up her hands and face. Unbelievable. News reports from 2015 reveal how Jabez detonated a device close to a checkpoint after the 45-year-old policeman who was injured stopped her for acting suspiciously. As she pulled to a halt, she jumped out and shouted, of course, Allah Akbar, before detonating a gas cylinder hidden in her bag. Both were taken to the hospital for treatment for severe burns. Mr. Chan, who was awarded a medal for his bravery, later expressed his surprise at learning she had applied for surgery. He said, "I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and this woman who caused this is in prison getting an education and now applying for cosmetic surgery." Wait till she finds out she's gender confused. Wait till she figures that out. She'll be wanting the Israelis to pay for her boy parts. They say now this terrorist wants to do surgery, he says. What is the conclusion? Every man who is going to carry out an attack goes to prison, earns a degree, and comes out handsome too. That's what the guy says. 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. All right, thank you. At 8:15, as far as your weather goes, partly cloudy today, high of 52, partly sunny, and 53 degrees on Thursday for your Thanksgiving. Some clouds and temperatures in the mid-50s on Friday and Saturday, and rain is possible on Sunday. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People are aghast. I mean, I'm looking at the Super Text line. Israel is going to pay for the cosmetic reconstructive surgery of a Hamas terrorist who was trying to kill one of their own with a bomb, and she detonated it too close to her, trying to kill the other guy, and now she's demanding and getting her surgeries paid for. It is unbelievable. 4931, the world is stupid. I agree. The more that I read this stuff, the more it is just like face-palming. Every single segment, I'm face-palming at some of the stuff that I have to tell you folks. 5681. How do you get to be the best suicide bomber ever? Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, well, I guess that's true. You know what it is? So she wants her hands reconstructed so that she can plant more of these bombs to try to kill more Israelis when she ends up, back out on the battlefield, trying to kill the Jewish folks. 0348. Question, is her name Karen? I don't know if her name's, no, it's not her name, Karen, whatever. All right, it is 8:16 on Nashville's Morning News. Oh, you know what I haven't done yet? Have I played the Donald Trump audio from earlier? Donald Trump is going after, and I would love to hear what Donald Trump has to say about this, 150 Palestinians for 50 Israelis, and one of the Palestinians getting out is a flippant terrorist. This has to be a Biden brokered deal. Do you think Antony Blinken did this? Because I guarantee you, there is no way that Benjamin Netanyahu would say, "Oh yeah, the female terrorist that wants all the reconstructive surgery, yeah, let's let her out." There's no way Benjamin. Well, you know what? They say the Israeli parliament or whatever it is approved the deal. I wonder if they approved every single name on that list. Well, they must have. You know what? Israel's getting hosed on this. I'm just going to tell you. Israel is getting hosed. 150 for 50. That's number one. Number two, I do wonder, okay, so is there an equivalent to this terrorist on, the Hamas side? Who is Israel getting back? Are they getting any of their fighters back? That's what I want to know. So, yeah, this has to be a Biden broker deal because this is absolutely ridiculous. And you've got Israel. They are under an enormous amount of pressure. to engage in this ceasefire. I mean, Biden is out there. He's been saying, yeah, we have to, push towards a ceasefire. And so now you've got Hamas. They're going to, again, be able to reload and regenerate and refresh. And that is what they're going to do. And Donald Trump, he put out a video yesterday and, he did speak about how the world is on fire. The world is actually in flames, and we can all thank Joe Biden for it.
I was also the first president in decades who didn't start a war, and I brought our troops back home. We defeated ISIS, and that was it. Everybody came back home where they should be. Under crooked Joe Biden, the economy is in a shambles, and the world is going up in flames.
CNN, we have CNN on in here, hashtag damn that Murphy. Joe Biden is personally engaged in the hostage negotiation process. It all suddenly makes sense.
Well, there you go.
Joe Biden is probably the force behind allowing this Palestinian terrorist to get out of jail or get out of, the Israeli prison and have her reconstruction surgery done because, Ken, working on those bombs, you need your hands. So she's now demanding that the Israelis pay for her hand reconstruction so that she can start manufacturing more bombs and kill more IDF members or innocent women and children there in Israel.
Well, and we saw how well he did in Afghanistan.
Gosh, the more we find out about this deal, the worse it's getting, the worse it is. And I have a feeling that, what's interesting, Ken, is this story is coming out right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's I wonder what Brian will say today. I wonder if this is one of those instances where it is sort of like a news narrative where they are controlling the news cycle by doing this right before the Thanksgiving holiday here in America. And so a lot of people will not be paying attention to the news when, the news is breaking that we're letting out a whole bunch of terrorists and, the Israelis, justifiably so, are getting women and children. But this is exactly what I feared would happen. When Joe Biden personally becomes engaged in the hostage negotiation process, then the Palestinians get 150. You've got the Israelis only getting 50, and the Palestinians are getting terrorists back. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So if Crooked Joe wants to turn this election into a question of which candidate will defend our democracy and freedom, then I say, bring it on. Let's go, Joe, bring it on, because you are a corrupt person. You're the most corrupt president in our history. And by the way, the most incompetent president in our history. Because Americans don't like tyrants, we don't like fascists, we don't like communists, and we don't like crooked Joe Biden. You just have to look at the polls.
Well, apparently if you're Joe Biden, you like, female terrorists getting released. If you're Joe Biden, that is what you like. It is 8:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, and there's a lot going on. Ken, coming up in the Gang of Three Amigos, we are going to talk about the best Thanksgiving movies.
Oh, yeah.
So I want you and Mason to think up yours, and you super texters.
I already know. I don't have to think about it.
I also want the super texters to chime in as well. But right now, Ken, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
Well, we're peeling more of the onion, if you will, when it comes to this Israel-Hamas hostage deal. And we'll let you hear the cries for help after a second home explosion in Middle Tennessee this week. And there's hint at another interest rate hike before the year is up, and early indications of what could be a robust holiday shopping season underway. These stories and more at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Friends, when you are looking for a personal injury attorney, it can be stressful at an already stressful time, which is why I do endorse John Griffith and all the legal eagles at Griffith Law. Now, one of my favorite talking points is that John was honored as the Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year here in the state of Tennessee a few years back. And that is one of many reasons why I do endorse John Griffith. He is not afraid to go to trial if it means a better outcome for you and your family. He is hated by insurance companies and loved by his clients. Attorney John Griffith is a conservative Christian whose goal is to provide exceptional customer service, and he's got a long list of clients who have become big fans of his work. So call him, if you, today, tomorrow, next week, or next year, if you end up needing a personal injury attorney, go with the guy that I trust and go with the guy that I endorse, John Griffith and all the legal eagles at Griffith Law, 615-807-7900. 615-807-7900 for personal injury attorney John Griffith. Tell him Dan told you to reach out, griffithinjurylaw.com.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing, education, and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel-Hamas war update. A prisoner swap could start as soon as tomorrow. The White House claims it will include some of the Americans which Hamas took in the terrorist attack back on October 7th. Right now in Tennessee, 2 people are recovering after being burned in a house explosion. The second one this week in Murray County. Channel 4 talked to relatives of the victims who played part of a recording of one of them crying out for help.
It was bad enough it blew the whole walk back out in the yard. Her legs were terrible. And it singed her hair back and all red-faced. And he didn't have a shirt on, but he was just bright red.
Yeah, firefighters say a propane leak is to blame in both separate home explosions. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors appeared intent on closing out this holiday-shortened week of trade with a rally. Before the opening bell, Dow futures were 38 points higher. The S&P was poised for a 0.25% gain to start the session. NASDAQ futures were up 0.5%. On Tuesday, the NASDAQ slipped 0.6%. The S&P 0.2. The Dow Jones lost 63 points, but still did finish the day above 35,000. Don't look now, but there still is a possibility that interest rates could go up again before the arrival of 2024. In the minutes from their latest meeting, Federal Reserve officials suggested they could hike rates if progress to tamp down inflation was, quote, insufficient. One meeting remains on the calendar this year. Despite a challenging economy, the holiday shopping season is off to a fairly strong start. Adobe Analytics says record consumer spending online in the last day and a half is being driven by deep discounts in categories like electronics, toys, and apparel.
All right, we are a couple of minutes into the trading day. Let's see what it looks like. The Dow is up 127, S&P up 20, NASDAQ up 104. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home hassle-free. Dan Mandis here. Did you know that Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years? Over 44,000 satisfied clients have trusted them to sell their homes when starting their next phase in life. Now, with Mark Spain Real Estate, it is all about the guaranteed offer. Now, what that means is that you're going to get your home sold quickly and for maximum profit and as little hassle as possible. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. That is why they are selling over 39 homes per day. And as the most experienced real estate team in the U.S., they're going to sell their homes stress-free with the strongest cash offer in the industry. So call them today, Mark Spain Real Estate. If you want to get your home on the market and sold quickly, call my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. It's what I would do. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
We really are passionate about our state. It's so beautiful, and we just want people and all Tennesseans to help us keep it that way. We really want to make sure that, our beauty, and from, west to east to even middle Tennessee, we want to make sure it's nice and clean for everyone to enjoy. I like to get people to volunteer and to get out there and keep our world clean, man. Litter's disgusting. No one likes it.
That's right. Yeah, if you ask my wife, I've always said, keep Tennessee beautiful. That's kind of been, I think I found a T-shirt or something a long time ago.
It's that marketing.
Yeah.
Really good job.
It's like,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no sense in throwing your trash out the window or when you're hunting or fishing, leaving the trash there on the bank or whatever. It's not worth it.
Currently, there are 88 million pieces of litter on Tennessee roadways at any given time in this state.
Wow.
And TDOT currently spends $23 million on picking up the litter, educating about the litter.
The Nobody Trashes Tennessee campaign, there's some great videos out there. And I was watching the litter lessons and the show and get to know the Red Plastic Cup. Tell us a bit about the campaign and some of those characters. That's pretty neat.
So Red Plastic Cup, he thinks he's a movie star.
Uh-huh.
He thinks, he's just the greatest thing ever. So he started off with a talk show, and then he got a movie. And in our movie, he got, more characters, and we had experts, water quality expert was Sal, the smallmouth bass.
Yeah.
And his bodyguard is Trash Watch. And if, we can go into Trash Watch a little bit too, but love Trash Watch.
8:38, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of... Watch this, Chris. Watch this.
All right, I'm ready.
Welcome to the gang of 3.5 amigos.
Whoa. Whoa.
Hey, now. I know that's directed at me.
No, why would you think that, Mason?
I thought he
Just
was
a hunch.
I thought he was
Just a
throwing
hunch.
haymakers my way.
No. It's Mason.
I saw that sideways glance.
Listen, Mason, you are an honorary amigo for the day. Then we got to pull your amigo card. Check
And give
at
it to the
door.
listeners that paid for it.
I have 3 people that paid to be an amigo.
That's
3.
big time. That's big time.
That is crazy. You know, we could actually like do like off-air amigo things, and we could all start making like good money.
We should
over
set
that.
up a revenue share.
That's exactly right.
Why is it so dark in Mason's studio?
I don't know. I tried to talk to him earlier, and he was nodding at me, and I'm like, dude, I can't see you.
I wasn't nodding at you. I was nodding at Ken.
Yeah. He hasn't slept for 3 days.
Around there. It's all right.
You know what? You try talking for 9 hours straight.
I do.
Then we'll
At a hotel.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Dan's the only guy I won't say that I haven't slept next to because he's the guy that doesn't sleep.
He's a trooper. That's why I don't normally tell him that.
Yeah, he doesn't sleep.
It's a Thanksgiving miracle. Dan's favorite break of the week has come early.
It is. All right, now let's do because I asked folks on the Super Text line, what is your favorite Thanksgiving movie? Now I'm going to be honest, I didn't really think about like you got Christmas movies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'd never really think about Thanksgiving movies, but let's talk about your favorite Thanksgiving movies. And so then we'll let the conversation flow from there, shall we?
I love the way conversation flows.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
gravy.
Yeah.
Yes, like gravy.
No
That's
pun intended.
That's exactly right. Kind of like my, Joe Biden, the turkey is pardoning 2 turkeys. That joke, that whole thing yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like how the conversation flowed after that, coming to a complete stop. Anyway, all right. So, Ken, what is your favorite Thanksgiving movie?
My favorite is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Okay.
That is my favorite movie. I was talking to Brother Chris before we went on. Back in the day, John Hughes was huge back in our day with all of his movies. And this was one. I mean, who knew that this thing was going to stick like it did? But and it's also very hard. The movie is surprisingly heartwarming the first time you see it, because you think it's just going to be a comedy, which it is, but it's actually very heartwarming too. And John Candy, one of my absolute favorite actors of all time, and to this day I say he passed way too soon.
What a legend. Yeah, absolutely.
And, it's just, and Steve Martin in some interviews said that the character that John Candy played, John Candy just nailed it because he is a lot like that character. Just so, just innocent and kind.
And Chris?
It's easily Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
All right, so a lot of
Paul
unoriginality
Winkler,
here.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a large gap between any other Thanksgiving movie and Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Absolutely.
All right, so here's what's interesting. Mason, what's yours?
I'll say I didn't go with that. I ended up going with Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving.
There you go.
Absolutely.
It's like that's one I watch every year with the family.
Yes,
It's
sir.
one of my favorites. I all the way back to childhood watching that.
Now, they have ranked the best top 50 Thanksgiving movies.
Oh, I got to see that.
Do you know where Planes, Trains, and Automobiles lands? 37.
No.
Really?
What liberal rag of a magazine did that?
I'm just telling you,
It's got to be the Rolling Stone.
bizarre. So,
Terrible
who's
call.
hosting
What do
this
they have at
list?
number 1?
Yeah, what's number 1?
Charlie Brown Thanksgiving.
Let's go.
There you
I
go.
can see that, yeah.
But see, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles should be at least top 5, top 10, if anything.
You know where mine came in? Mine is very original.
What is it,
Mine
Brother
comes in
Dan?
at 22. You know what my favorite one is? It's called Dan in Real Life.
Dan in Real Life.
It stars Steve Carell.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
Yeah, and it's a great movie. If you haven't seen that movie, OMG and LOL, is it?
Is this where he's the toy maker or
No, he plays a single dad of like 3 daughters, and he is trying to deal with all of his daughters. He's an advice columnist. He gives relationship advice for his newspaper column.
Interesting.
And that's part of the wrinkle. And so he...
that's
you know what? I don't want to
Binoche.
give it away. I don't, because if people decide that they want to watch it, it's a little slow moving, kind of like me, but that's probably why I like it so much.
Yeah.
I don't want to give it away, but there's a great plot twist. And it's really good.
Yeah, I like the cast. It's got a great cast.
I have a sneaking suspicion that you like it because your name's in the title.
No, it's not. You know what?
I also would like to point out 15 spots higher than planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah.
That's a crime.
Did you know?
It's a crime.
Did you guys know that Rocky is considered a Christmas movie because Rocky and what's her name there had a date?
Rocky and Bullwinkle?
No, Rocky and
Adrian.
Yeah, they had
Adrian, pass the stuffing.
I need more gravy.
Right? That's the famous line from the movie, I think.
Sure. Garfield's thing. By the way, I've never seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
That is a crime.
What?
That's a crime.
Never seen it.
Are you?
Watch it.
And
Weaver.
he ranks Dan in real life as his number one. He's never seen Planes, Trains. You shouldn't be allowed to rank.
Dan,
You can't rank, Dan.
you call yourself a child of the 80s? And you haven't seen the John Hughes classic?
It's wild that
Trains, and Automobiles?
It's wild that I have you beat on something like that. I'm just saying.
You're not involved in this, Mason.
I have half a vote in this.
Can I say about Mason's pick, Charlie Brown Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Could never be made today.
No.
Absolutely.
There's no reference to the evil history of Thanksgiving in the movie.
Right.
No mention of colonizers.
No.
And it's very preferential towards the evil pilgrims.
Yeah.
Are they still showing that on the networks every year?
I do not think so.
Did that fall
I'm not
by
mistaken.
way of the progressives and all that stuff?
Yeah,
I've
I
gotta
think it's
look
got
that
the
up.
axe.
Well, that's too bad.
I remember as a child, man, we looked forward to Charlie Brown Thanksgiving because that meant Christmas was coming soon.
Yeah, this is, Black. You guys do Black Friday shopping? By the way, no, 2371. I am not Canadian. Thank you.
It doesn't feel good, does it, Dan?
Wrong side of the desk there.
It doesn't feel good, does it?
No. No. Anyway, who's doing Black Friday? You guys do Black Friday anymore? I don't.
I don't really. I never really got into it.
A lot of it's online for me.
Yeah, my wife does online.
Yeah, I prefer not to go out any time ever, but certainly on Black Friday is not going to happen. Do you guys
you refrain from just being Dan in real life?
Yes, that's exactly right. Did you guys know that I do 2 Thanksgivings every year?
Oh, interesting.
Amy's family celebrates, I don't know why they do this. And do you know that there's like 75,000 Amy family members? Like they're literally like she's got the biggest family I've ever seen.
75,000.
They do. They fit 75,000 family members all into one living room. And it's like a free-for-all for whoever can get the chairs. We have actually, this is what they do. You go to somebody's house, and there's probably like 35 of them. I'm not making this up.
Okay.
They've got 35 people that go to Thanksgiving on Black Friday every year.
Yeah.
Do you know how many chairs they have? 15. So that means that everybody's trying to vie for the chairs. And I'm the new guy. I've only been with Amy for, 5-6 years, whatever the hell it's been.
Yeah.
So now I have started, you know what I do? I've been relegated to bringing my own chair.
I was about to say it's a BYC.
To
BYOC. Bring your own chair.
That's what I have to do now. I have to bring my own chair so that, and then you know what happened a couple of years ago? I brought my own chair. Somebody sat in it.
That's hilarious.
And so then I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting there, and I'm trying to figure out. I said to Amy, I said, "Well, Aunt Peggy, who's like 80-something years old, is sitting in my chair. That's my damn chair. But do I kick out an 80-something-year-old woman out of the chair?
We're trying to kick out an 80-something-year-old president.
That's exactly right, man. Hold no prisoners.
The floodgates are open at this point.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just need the boot.
We don't promote ageism here.
That's exactly
Get
right.
out of my chair.
By the way, just for the record, I ended up sitting on the floor. That's what I did.
It's more of
I
a
ended up
social
sitting
event
on the
than it is
floor.
a...
Did you crisscross applesauce?
Yeah.
Sure. Anyway, and then there's another. So there's the Black Friday Thanksgiving at somebody's house there with Amy's family, and then there's the one on Thanksgiving Day at somebody else's house.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of turkey and gravy and
oh yeah,
all that kind of stuff.
Lots of naps.
Lots of naps, man. Let me tell you something.
Are we supposed to feel bad about this extra Thanksgiving and naps that you're getting?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds fun, actually.
This sounds like a good time.
It does.
I love Amy's family. I do. They're actually quite awesome. You know, we also do. It's a Thanksgiving tradition.
What's that, Brother Dan?
Is we play football.
Football.
And so a couple of years ago, I shocked myself.
You scored a touchdown.
And how good I scored a couple of. These are young 20-year-old type, people, and I scored a couple of touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think they let me win. Now that I think about it, I did. A couple of years ago, I had a really good game.
Yeah.
And then now that I'm thinking back, because I had a really sucky year last year and the year before.
Yeah.
But 3 years ago, I did really well. I'm don't tell anybody, but I'm having back pain. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to play football this year with all of the young Amy family men.
I was getting ready to say, did they feign hamstring pulls or something like that? Oh, can't get him, boys, too fast.
That may be a me thing. Oh yeah, no. When I was doing it, yeah, sure. I don't know. Anyway, so who's doing what for Thanksgiving? Quick around the room.
I'm having my sister and her gang of kids over and her husband, and they're going to come, and we're going to do a sleepover tomorrow night.
All right.
And we're going to let the kids just break all the rules.
Okay, very good.
Excelente.
It's going to be fun.
Brother Mason?
Sounds like fun. I'm heading over to my parents' house. My grandparents are coming, and my aunt and uncle from Georgia, and my cousins are coming up. And so we're all going to hang out at my parents' house for the next couple of days, and
all right.
It'll be a good time.
Yeah.
All right, Ken.
Got my in-laws coming up from Charlotte. We're going to eat a whole bunch of food, watch a whole bunch of movies.
By
and then
the
we're going
way,
to get the Christmas tree out Friday, and we'll start decorating it.
You get any trees up yet?
No, but we're going to Woodbury on Friday to the Christmas tree farm out there.
Yes, sir.
We've got one tree up. Amy and I were talking just moments ago about maybe putting up another tree today.
Whoa,
we have a
dueling
total
trees?
We have a total of 4.
All right.
Trees. So there you go.
Real or fake? The fake ones are already up.
They're fake.
Yeah. You going to get a real one?
No.
Why not?
I like fake.
Might have an owl in it.
That's exactly right, Ken. 4702 says, Dan, is there really any difference between a Californian and a Canadian? Yeah, California has In-N-Out Burger. 4702. Boom. All right, very good. Well, I think we're done. What's coming up?
Boom. Boom. Let's end on a mic drop.
I don't know. That's a pretty good win in my book.
I don't want to end the segment without mentioning the fact that Dan has on the best T-shirt that I've ever seen. It's the WKRP annual Thanksgiving turkey drop.
It is. Oh, you know what? Doggone it, Chris. We had this queued up. Great memories from our childhood, Ken.
A dark object, perhaps a skydiver, plummeting to the earth from only 2,000 feet into the air.
This never gets old.
Second to the third. There's no parachutes yet. Those can't be skydivers. I can't tell just yet what they are, but... Oh, my God, they're turkeys! Oh, Johnny, can you get this? Oh, they're crashing to the earth right in front of our eyes! One just went to the windshield of a parked car! This is terrible. Their mothers running around pushing each other? Oh, my goodness! Oh, the humanity! The turkeys are hitting the ground like sacks of wet cement! I don't know how much longer the crowd is running for their lives. I think I'm going to step inside. I can't stay out here and watch this any longer. No, I can't go in there. Children are searching for their mothers, and not since the Hindenburg tragedy has there been anything like this. I don't know how much longer I can hold my position here, Johnny. The crowd.
Les, are you there?
Nope.
Les isn't there. Thanks for that on-the-spot report, Les.
Now, I got to say, though, there's so many great lines in that particular episode. One of my all-time favorite episodes of any show ever.
Yeah.
This, of course, the best.
as God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
And it never gets old. It never, ever gets old.
That whole scene in front of that store when the shopkeeper is trying to move Les along and Les goes,
Yep.
"Don't you know who I am? I won the Buckeye News Hawk Award last year." And he goes, "Good for you, Buckeye. Now scram."
There you go.
Creep.
That may be something I watch today, just because I'm now done.
Not until you watch Planes, Trains, and
That's
Automobiles.
right. Please. That's
You are
right.
not. He's not allowed to watch anything else.
Good grief.
I will teach you how to go full pirate if I need to, and get you that movie
Actually, Chris,
free of charge.
Full pirate?
Oh, yes.
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Oh, like steal the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't possibly do that.
No,
I'm a
wouldn't.
conservative. I respect the law, Chris.
That's the joke, Dan.
Oh.
That's the joke. I'll explain after the break.
What's coming up after the news at 9?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's Thanksgiving, so we're gonna talk about all sorts of news. It's so weird doing a news show as the news cycle slows down, but we do have a lot of angry New Yorkers who are mad that illegal aliens are lining up to get free turkey before them. So we're going to cover that and how the open border is really affecting the less fortunate in our country first.
Okay, very good. Chris Hand coming up after the news at 9. We've got Matt Murphy at 12 and Brian Wilson coming up at 3 on WTN. So many of us deal with things like sports injuries, concussions, even Lou Gehrig's disease and autism. There's good news now from my friends at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Whether it is you or a loved one suffering, there's now a cutting-edge treatment available for you from Dr. Ethan Kellum. He specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. Now, this is your body providing your cells and your solutions, and Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. Now, he has been named an official doctor for the Tennessee Titans. Now, I want you to check out his website, KellumStemCellInstitute.com. KELLUM, KellumStemCellInstitute.com. They can help you with all sorts of things. I mean, we're talking about congestive heart failure, lung issues, from asthma to arthritis. They can help you today. And yes, they do now accept care credit as well. 615-850-4415. Call today for your free consultation, 615-850-4415.
9 o'clock on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now, an update, Israel-Hamas war.
President Biden welcomed the news of a deal to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas and thanked the leaders of Qatar and Egypt for what he called their, quote, critical leadership and partnership in reaching the agreement. The president, in a statement, said he appreciates the commitment of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government in supporting an extended pause in strikes to ensure the deal can be fully carried out. President Biden said with this agreement, additional American hostages should be coming home. The administration expects that to be 3 Americans, including a 3-year-old girl whose parents were killed in the October 7th attacks.
As Karen Travers reporting, now the passions surrounding the war now prompting tighter security of big holiday events. Here in Nashville, Metro Police announcing what they call an enhanced visible presence in support of retailers and protecting the public. They'll be on foot, in cars, on horseback, and in the air, looking for suspicious activity, especially around places like Tanger Outlets, Nashville West Shopping Center, Opry Mills Mall, and Green Hills Mall. And with Black Friday upon us, retailers rolling out the deep discounts to get you in. While Chicago, mother of 2, Erlena Delaney's kids look forward to the deals. For her, it's not much different than last year.
Especially with kids, it all seems like the same. Every year, it gets a little bit more expensive. But other than that, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, Forbes says Americans are expected to spend an average of $567 during the Black Friday to Cyber Monday shopping events, which would be an increase of 13% from last year. All right, checking stocks right now. The Dow is up 80. The S&P is up 10. NASDAQ up 47. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.